from the high desert and the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever it may be, wherever you are in all 24 time zones spanned by this program. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM, Friday night, Saturday morning, open line version. It's going to be fun. It is the weekend. All right. First, I'd like to welcome yet more new affiliates. WCCA-FM in Charlotte, North Carolina. Not Charlotte, but Charlotte, North Carolina. 103.7 megahertz, 25,000 watts. And also simulcasting us from Charlotte, WLTT-FM in Charlotte, North Carolina. 106.3 on the dial, 6 kilowatts. Now, you might ask yourself, why would two radio stations in one town be carrying my program? Simple answer, WCCA blasts north with 25,000 watts to the Wilmington area, and WLTT blasts south to the Myrtle Beach area. So, thank you, guys, and by that I mean the owner, Gary Burns, and the ops director, Ron Franklin. Great to have you with us in the ever-growing network. The numbers. Listen, I want to say a word or two about last night's program. I think that in many ways, of all the shows I've done on near death or what happens to one after we, pass to the other side, leave the physical body, assume room temperature, whatever, Pam's interview last night was really profound. I could not shoot a hole in the whole thing. As you know, I hope you heard it last night, Pam had brain surgery. She had an aneurysm removed from her brain, and to do that, they cooled her down to about 58 degrees, removed all the blood from her body, her heart stopped, and her brain waves ceased for 1 hour. 1 hour. And she told us all about where she went and what happened, and it was incredible. Moreover, Pam was able to account in a linear time frame for everything that happened in the operating room, things that were said, instruments, things that were moved. In fact, the paddles used to try and kickstart her heart. She recalled all of that. Now, the only possible argument that I could see that could have been made was that Pam experienced this as she went into anesthetic or came out from. However, that is shot down completely by the fact that she was able to relate everything that went on in that operating room, as well as what occurred to her externally. So it was a very profound interview, in my opinion, really profound. And if you missed it somewhere down the line, we'll try and get it repeated for you. Where was this woman? She was dead. Dead by every measure. I mean, no brainwaves, zero for an hour. That is really, really dead. Where was she? I'd say it's a fairly important question, wouldn't you? Hey, listen, along with the open lines that we're going to have tonight, because of a few, if you're a regular listener, a few recent, really bizarre, frightening stories that have come from mostly young ladies that have called. We are going to do a special line. One line tonight is going to be devoted to the subject of entity attacks. And I purposely use the, somewhat vague term entity because I have no idea what it is attacking these people. Both women and men, I have no idea. In their sleep, I talked to a woman the other night who had hand marks, bruises over her body from an attack during the night from something evil, some sort of representative of the devil, or the devil himself, or a shadow person, whatever a shadow person really is. or any one of who knows. So in other words, I've left it sort of open with the vague term entity. But when I say attacked by an entity, I mean a physical attack. An actual physical attack from some sort of entity. If this has happened to you, then I am going to restrict. Nobody else can call this line, but those who fit into that category. Only if you fit into that category should you call. And only if it was a physical attack should you call. And we'll sort of pick up on that toward the bottom of the hour. Now, in war news, Taliban forces look like they're going to give it up. Kandahar, that is. A lot of you may recall that a couple of months ago at least, Ed Ames said that bin Laden orchestrated the attack from a bunker near Kandahar before anybody knew anything about Afghanistan for the most part. And it looks like Kandahar may be where they find him. We'll see. And now, he didn't say he'd be found in Kandahar necessarily. He said that he orchestrated the attack from a bunker in the Kandahar area. Ed Dames will be here on Monday also to talk about this new fungus that is attacking our trees. Anyway, they're looking for Osama bin Laden. You know, they feel they're getting close. The dragnet is certainly closing in. Now, eager to keep their stamp on the government's response to the September 11 attack, Senate Democrats yesterday proposed a $20 billion alternative to the $35 billion anti-terrorism package killed hours earlier by lawmakers in defeating the bill. The Republicans have apparently handed a victory to President Bush, who swore anything over $20 billion and he would wield the veto pen, and that would be that. December 7th. Americans marked yesterday's anniversary of Pearl Harbor with appeals to their countrymen to fight terrorism with the same valor shown by the World War II generation. Ceremonies honoring the thousands killed on December 7th stretched from Hawaii to New York, near the smoking rubble of the World Trade Center, which has been compared to the audacity, the infamy of December 7th, 1941. Again and again. So, and I think in some ways, even worse. At least the Japanese, for the most part, attempted to attack military facilities, ships, support things. They tried to keep our butts out of the Pacific Ocean. That was the intent of the dastardly attack. They wanted us crippled and unable to respond as they crisscrossed the Pacific, taking everything in sight. Well, of course, it didn't work. And what's happened to us September 11th isn't going to work in the long run either. Dow had a rather down day, about 50, the NASDAQ falling about 33. Well, just as I suspected, the major networks began to break the story on Cuba. Today, the wire services began breaking it late last night. CNN had it, then ABC's Good Morning America, I think, had it. Do you know that over 70% of the American people believe that is Atlantis under the water off the coast of Cuba? Now, you've got to ask yourself, or you should ask yourself, if we've got really good investigative reporters in this country, why did it take them 6 months from the time that we began discussing it on this program with some pretty heavy-duty evidence? I mean, they could have taken the tip a little earlier, in my opinion. And we did more than give them a little tip. I mean, we just about rammed it down their throats. Hey, yo, folks, there's a big discovery in the waters off Cuba, and, it's a city. And, there are buildings and highways, and it looks like an urban center, the quotes and so forth. And we've done that for so long now, and somehow you would think that somebody at one of the networks would say, "Hey, Frank, this sounds like it could be an important story. Maybe we ought to check on it. What do you think?" But they didn't. It took 6 months, and then I don't know what was the final catalyst for somebody with a few more brains than their colleagues to figure out this just might be a big story. Did you hear about Mars? Oh my. Today it was revealed that the increasing temperature of the sun is causing Mars to heat up. In fact, the surface of Mars is heating up so rapidly that in less than 1,000 years, Mars' polar ice caps will completely melt. The temperature of the red planet will zoom up to, in quotes now, shirt sleeve environment. Now, the one thing that the press didn't for today, and I would like to at least bandy about with you a little bit, check me here if I'm wrong. But we are the third rock from the sun, right? And Mars is our neighbor, and even though they ran this story about ice caps melting on Mars, and that's how much the sun, didn't it occur to anybody out there that, yo folks, it's the same sun, the one heating up Mars enough to melt the ice caps, is the same sun that we enjoy the rays of here. So, seems to me what's going to affect Mars is going to affect the Earth as well. Duh. But nobody sort of took on that aspect of the story, and I've been telling you for a long time now. Boy, I'll tell you, big X-class flares expected from just gigantic spots on the sun. The sun really has been going extra special nuts lately. So, I don't know. Seems to me they just sort of missed that part of the story. I mean, it's great about Mars. Amazing about Mars to imagine the ice caps are going to melt and that it'll be shirt-sleeve weather. I mean, good weather for human beings. Of course, if they melt, if there's large water content on Mars, now let's think about this, folks. When the ice melts and the water flows, what is that going to put into the atmosphere? Probably oxygen, right? So the sun will get hotter. Mars will begin to heat up and get an atmosphere. But doggone, they just don't mention how that's going to affect the Earth. And I think that's so important. Since, we live here. Well, maybe that's just me. Don't forget, one line is being reserved away. Don't even bother calling it because I will screen calls on this line. I will screen calls. It's my entity attack line. People who have been physically attacked, by some sort of entity. Any other line, any other subject, whatever you want. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art.
Hi.
Yes, I have two different episodes that happened to me and my brother. It rained rocks on us for 3 days.
I beg your pardon? It rained rocks?
Yes, it rained.
You weren't? Were you in a rock fight?
No.
You mean it rained rocks from the sky?
Yes, sir. And the police that were there investigating.
What kind of rocks, sir? Pebbles or?
Yeah, they were like pebbles, and just some of the rocks were big and some were small. And
kind of like type 2, they call it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a type 2 shower.
Right. And I had a
God,
friend.
where did this happen?
California, Missouri.
California, Missouri?
Yes, sir.
That's a town in Missouri?
Yes, sir.
And, well, it seems to me like if it would rain rocks, things would begin to break.
Yes. Yeah, and I tell you, it had the cops baffled there.
Why bad?
They couldn't figure out, they was up on the rooftops thinking that people was throwing them off the roofs and everything. They were spotlighting all over the place, and it was just the craziest thing we ever seen.
Well, okay, so what was it? When did this happen?
1980, I think it was 81. 81.
All right, so what did they finally conclude? There must have been an investigation. After all, it doesn't rain rocks every day, right? So somebody must have investigated all this.
Yeah, they investigated. They tried to figure out what was going on, but I think it scared them to death. They never called any big boys in on it or anything, but they were just small. It's a small town, about 3,000 people.
Well, excuse me, but when it rains rocks, not for one, but for 3 days, that's biblical.
Yeah. Everywhere we went for 3 days and 3 nights, it rained rocks. The craziest thing, I'm telling you, Art.
Well, you mean you actually went out? I mean, if it was raining rocks, I would hide inside. I would not go out, nor would I subject my cars to a rain of rocks. I mean, so you were out and about?
Yeah, we were just kids. We were like in our 20s and stuff, but we thought it was pretty cool, really. Well, we were kind of scared, but in the other sense, it was kind of neat.
Raining. Well, I guess if you're a kid, you'd go, wow, it's raining rocks.
Uh-huh.
But that's as cool as it would get. I mean, it's not good to rain rocks. Did you get, what about when it was all over? I mean, were there rocks everywhere?
The rocks just came and they tattooed us everywhere we went, and we jumped in some friends' cars, and the rocks followed us everywhere we went for 3 days and 3 nights. When we went home, it rained rocks on us all night while we slept.
Sir.
Yes?
Put your right hand on your radio.
Put my right hand on my radio?
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. You got it there?
I do.
Do you swear to me on your radio that it really, honest to God, rained rocks?
Art Bell, I swear to you on my life.
Well,
me and my brother, it rained rocks on us for 3 days and 3 nights.
Can you understand that the average person might have some doubt about that?
Well, yes. But we've also seen a UFO in 1977 right over us. We were sleeping out in the front yard.
Well, in some ways, that really, honestly, doesn't compare to raining rocks. 3 days of raining rocks. I'm going to have to think about this. That's the first report I've ever heard of that. I'm Art Bell. And now, our first plunge to the entity attack line. Only those attacked physically by entities may call this line. And on that line, you are on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bell.
Hi.
Thanks for taking my call.
You're very welcome. Where are you?
I'm calling right now from Portland, Maine.
Okay.
And this happened to me when I was 11 years old or so. I was living in Massachusetts at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I used to be, I have asthma, always had childhood asthma, very bad, in the hospital a number of times.
Yes.
And the way they used to treat it when I was a kid was, they just let you work it out. They wouldn't give you any medication for it or anything. So I would go several days without any sleep, and I would see things that I would tell myself that it's not really there, but I'd see them as clearly as I'd see, the car in front of me.
Right.
And but I just tell myself, but I'd see people in the room, and I'd see people outside my window, and I'd just say, this is crazy. I'm just making this up. Even when I was 11 years old, it was the only way I could deal with it. It was to try to rationalize it.
Well, that's what the brain does. It tries to protect itself. So, sure, you actually imagine you're having hallucinations. That becomes a very good answer for your brain.
Yeah. But one morning, it was probably about 4 o'clock in the morning. I knew I was very sick at the time, going on probably third or fourth without any sleep. And I was lying in bed, and I saw, well, since I've only listened to your show for a little bit, but I guess it would be described as a shadow person, a dark entity.
Mm-hmm.
Came into my room. I used to see this dark entity quite a bit. Would sit in a chair and watch me. And,
you saw it. You saw it full on. See, a lot of these so-called shadow people are just seen, from the corner of the eye, but you saw this full on, sitting there.
Well, I saw it full on. I don't know if it's a shadow person. I don't know what I saw.
Well, was it somewhere between solid and some degree of translucence? Was it solid black? What?
It was solid black.
Solid black.
But my room, would be dark. We're talking 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning is when I would see it.
Yeah, good point. All right. So in what way did this thing finally actually attack you?
Well, I remember looking at it once and saying to myself, "It's not real," and it moved. It got up and it walked to the end of my bed.
Perhaps it was offended at your thinking that.
I would guess so.
And so...
It grabbed my ankles.
Your ankles.
And yanked.
And yanked.
And I went out off the footboard of my bed, and I went at least my body length and a half, sheets and all, across the room. And actually, I hit a wall. I would have gone farther probably if I didn't hit the wall.
Holy mackerel. And landed on the floor?
Oh, yeah. Even when I was a kid, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was some muscle contraction or something like that. But, I don't know how I could possibly have done something like that at 11 years old. Hurled myself horizontally over the footboard of my bed and across the room. I can still feel something, I can still, think back and remember something grabbing my ankles.
Yeah, that's not a sensation that you would mistake for anything else. If something grabs your ankles and throws you across the room, you know what happened to you.
And even, the physical action of just, flying horizontally that distance.
That's
7 or 8 feet.
Disconcerting.
I don't know how I could have done that myself without something doing it to me.
In what way did you finally rid yourself of this scourge?
Well, we eventually moved.
And when you did, it did not follow?
No.
All right. Well, I really thank you for the story. There's one for you right away. I got this idea because I was so affected by the young lady who called, a few nights ago, and she was talking about an attack. She's going to send photos. They should be here soon, too. She's got to get them Kinko'd or something. Anyway, hands left on the arms, hand marks, bruised hand marks, matching a hand on the arm and the thighs. A really serious attack while she was in bed. Wildcard line, you are on the air. Hi.
Hello, sir. How are you doing today?
I'm all right. Where are you?
Yes, sir. This is Dean calling from Tampa, Florida.
Okay, Dean.
Yes, sir. You spoke of Atlantis and perhaps the discovery of Atlantis off Cuba, in fact, and then you mentioned Mars. And ironically, when you first mentioned Atlantis, Mars was the first thing that came to mind.
Yeah. Both stories are amazing. The Cuba story, in my opinion, because it took the press so long to finally get it, but the Mars story, but the part that, again, that's getting me is, if Mars is going to heat up that much, how come the news today didn't have any speculation on, what happens to the old third rock from the sun here?
Well, sir, if you remember when they discovered that the ice caps were melting at an extreme rate. In fact, they reported from that one boat. Well, ironically, about 5 or 6 years ago, I was in Anchorage, Alaska, and there was a little glacier I used to visit quite often. And for about 20 years off and on, I used to watch this glacier. And for almost, in fact, I got a helicopter coming over my house right now. But ironically, I had watched this glacier only rescind about a half an inch each year. And then around 1 year, I think it was 1995.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
I can hear the chopper.
I know. Wasn't that amazing? I'm right next to Ybor City in the port, so it's McDill.
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir. Anyways, I was watching this glacier kind of do its work there, only 1/4 of an inch a year, and one summer it disappeared 3 miles, sir. And for a 2,000-year watch of this movement and only watching it doing 1/4 of an inch, something tells me that we are either us or something's happening outside of our Earth that is actually heating us up and melting the caps. And ironically, and I'll make this short, Mars, to me, could be, like you mentioned before, actually what we used to be on, and this could be our ark. Mother Earth could be our ark, ironically, and we must take care of it before we learn.
Maybe there's a cycle that moves with the sun, where the sun changes so much that Earth virtually becomes uninhabitable. Mars becomes habitable. During another portion of the cycle, Mars becomes uninhabitable. Earth becomes inhabitable. I mean, that's really something to think about.
Well, sort of think about it. If we dig deep enough, we might just find things like Atlantis and other civilizations that suddenly we look up and realize that, hey, maybe it's a reflection not only of our past, but maybe perhaps our future.
Hello. Thank you very much for the call. That man is so right on. He is so right on. If there are other civilizations in the very, very, very distant past, and they did technological things that we still don't know how to duplicate, not certainly in the way they did it, and some we simply cannot duplicate at all, as in the pyramids. Well, you could certainly speculate that even farther back than that, a lot farther, far enough back so you might be 2,100 feet under the sea these days, there could have existed our ancestors, who, for whatever reason we still don't fully understand, disappeared. But again, this Mars story, I mean, you think about it a little bit. The angle the press should be asking the following question. If this is going to happen to Mars, then excuse us, but what will happen to Earth? Same sun, right? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. Hi.
This is Jim. I'm calling from Northern Ontario, listening to you on 640 Mojo Radio out of Toronto.
There you go. Yes, sir.
I've listened to your show for almost 8 years now, and this is the first time I've called in. You've had a lot of phenomenal shows in the past 8 years, but last night's show blew me away.
Oh, me too. I mean, that was a stopper. I can't in any way shoot any hole into her story. If there ever was solid proof of the other side, she gave it last night.
Well, the only thing I have to say is after listening to that show, I felt such a comfort in what she was saying that I just had to stop my truck and stand out here in the payphone and tell you that it was one of the best shows you've ever had on. You've had a lot of great shows.
I flat out agree with you. Thank you so very much.
Anyway, looking forward to Danes?
Oh, yes, Monday.
Have a good night.
Thank you so much. I so thoroughly agree with that. It was profound. I've never heard a story with as much, and by the way, her doctor, I understand, would like to be on the air, and oh my, would I like to have him here. Her brain surgeon would like to be on the air, and I'd love to have him. He's done, he pioneered these operations, and there have been about 100 since. But I too, it was so solid, it was so credible, it was so impossible to shoot holes in, that I think it is strong evidence of the other side, of physical existence after death. Conscious physical existence. Conscious existence, although she said there was a physical aspect to it after death. I mean, no question about it, it was that good. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
I'm calling, and I have an entity attack story.
Well, even though you're not on my
entity attack line. That line was busy.
All right. Well, I will take entity attack stories tonight on any line, but particularly on that one. So go ahead.
I appreciate that. Real quickly, though, I'm wondering if it'd be possible if you ever had Dr. Lorraine Day back on your show. I've
had her on repeatedly.
She's also an expert in AIDS. I'm not sure if that's what you covered with her the last.
I was interviewing Lorraine Day Dr. Day on AIDS 9 years ago, sir. 9 years.
That is great. And by the way, the religion she belongs to, there's a prophet by the name of Ellen G. White. You've got to read her books, Art. All right,
we need to get to the entity part here.
2 years ago, I was attacked. I woke up one night. I kept having nightmares. And about the third time I woke up, I felt a piercing in my arm.
A piercing?
A piercing. And I woke up and looked, and there was an entity. It was a human shape, but it was blackened. You couldn't distinguish, facial features.
Do you mean like knives piercing you? Do you mean what? Give me some analogy.
Here is the catch. When the entity
Claws
was there, and the piercing was from a syringe.
A syringe.
A syringe. It was an actual physical syringe. I could feel and see. I turned on the light, and there was 3 marks that you would get when you have a tetanus shot, and there was small amounts of blood.
Whoa!
Now here's where the story really gets weird. I took several pictures of this. I had some film and a camera that had some previous pictures of...
Wait. Let's take this just a little slower. Here you wake up feeling a piercing in your arm.
Yes.
And there are 3, beings?
No, there's 3 marks. Needle marks.
3. Okay, so you didn't see any entity. You didn't see...
Yes, I seen one entity.
What?
It was a human form. Had arms, legs, but it was... How do I describe it? It was dark. It was black. It was. You couldn't see facial features. You couldn't see the color of his hair. You couldn't see the color of his skin. It was like a black void, but it had a human shape to it.
So it's like you were given some kind of shot.
Yes. And it was swollen in the 3 different areas where the needle went in.
Yes.
And there was, obviously a small amount of blood came out, just like when you get some type of shot at the doctor.
Right.
I took a picture. Now, before I took the picture of my arm, I just wanted to make sure I had my camera focused correctly, and I took a couple pictures of the room, a couple plants and so forth, just to make sure everything was correct. So
testing the camera, yes.
Exactly.
Okay.
After I took the picture of my arm, I took 4 pictures. When I picked the film up, all the pictures on there were perfect, except for the 4 that I took on my arm. They were completely undistinguishable. You couldn't even tell it was a picture of my arm. I don't tell this story much because I don't like people to think I'm crazy.
But no, that's all right. I won't do that. What kind of effect, if any, from that shot this happened how long ago?
2 years ago.
2 years ago. And
a little over 2 years ago.
Any effect in the last 2 years? Anything really weird?
I noticed I have memory lapses from things that happened before that. I don't remember things that took place several years ago that I used to remember with you.
Yeah. They gave you at least 10 cc's of wipe juice.
Something.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate the call. Thank you very much. That is kind of creepy, isn't it? You get a shot in the middle of the night by an entity, and then you begin to forget things. Wonder if it injected some other memories into him. That's a weird one, all right. Wild card line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Bill in West Hartford, Connecticut. I had 2 good skeptical questions I wanted to ask Pam Reynolds last night, and I wanted to tell you that it's not fair what you did to me to cut me off, as you usually do whenever I call the top or the bottom of the hour, when you have a chance to scream the line at the top or the bottom of the hour, because you said, okay, hold on, and you cut me off.
Bill, I told you that I am only going to take so many calls from you per week.
I haven't called in over 2 weeks, I think it's been.
Then you better make it good. Now, what would the 2 skeptical questions have been?
Okay, I want to ask you yourself. Thank you for letting me a chance to ask you. I wanted to say to Pam, and I'll say it to you, could we both have it both ways? Let me explain what I mean by that. It seems that what she went through, and I believe that she definitely went through an experience. She definitely believes she went through an experience. The only thing that I'm trying to say that...
Sure, no, Bill, hold it. Yes. You've got to get past... the burden of proof shifts to you in that she described and could describe what happened during the hour of surgery, during the hour when she had no brainwaves. Get past that one for me, buddy.
That's what I'm trying to do. Hold on.
Well, do better.
Okay, in the operating room, the things that can be verified by the doctors and the nurses, in other words, when she said she saw things, by the way, I don't understand how she could see things without eyes because her eyes were closed and there were no brain waves, or hear things without ears.
I'm glad you don't understand it, but you have yet to explain it.
All right, well, I'm saying the things that can be verified that seem to be definitely paranormal or weird or ESP or maybe the possible data showing that the consciousness exists outside the brain, or the mind and the mind can exist outside the brain, are the things that can be verified by the doctors and the nurses. For example, seeing
Bill, I just finished telling you I'm going to have the doctor on.
Well, what I'm saying is, but the things afterwards in this so-called other dimension, how do you know, for example, the beings there told her that God, the bright light was God breathing? How do you know they weren't lying to her because she wouldn't understand what the real answer was?
Bill, I hate to say this, and I know you're an atheist.
Yeah.
But you sound frantic, Bill. You sound frantic. And you sound so frantic that it makes me think that last night's program was exceptionally profound. Moreover, you simply, I don't know, you just danced. You frantically danced, Bill. And if you really, and apparently you did hear last night's program, in your particular position as an atheist, I don't blame you. I'd be dancing too. If I heard that show last night and I was an atheist, I'd be going, uh-oh. Maybe I haven't thought this through really thoroughly. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
It's Kim.
Kim?
Winnipeg.
Winnipeg, yes.
Yeah. A few weeks ago, you had something on your program there, and I've been looking on the Internet for it. Why do streetlights turn on or off?
You mean when somebody walks by them?
Right.
Uh-huh.
And I was looking for an explanation.
If I had one, I'd certainly give it to you. I don't know. I mean, there are people who claim that they are, they have some sort of electromagnetic influence on things near them, and that they affect the lights as they go by.
Oh, I didn't know. But I've searched the Internet high and low for an explanation.
This is one of those great mysteries, sir.
Yeah, one of the wags even said, check your chrome dome. But I've only been a listener for about 4 or 5 weeks, and I thought it was interesting.
It is interesting, and you'll hear a lot about it on this program, all right?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, my friend, take care. Way up north, we're into open lines tonight, except for our entity attack line. Back into the night we go. Open lines, wildcard line, you are on the air. Hello.
Yes, good evening, Art.
Good evening. Where are you, sir?
I'm Ronald, and I'm in Redding, California, listening to you, KQMS, 1400 AM.
Yes, sir.
And I just really felt compelled to call you on this subject of entity attacks.
Oh, really?
Because, yes, really, I have never shared this in full with another living human being. I've shared bits and pieces with other people, and that generally wound me up in a mental institution of one form or another. And
all right. Just tell me then, what happened to you?
Well, from the years, I'd say 87 to 91, I experienced varying degrees of attack, beginning with mental attack, obsessive thinking, voices, shadow people, as you call them, appearing to me, and at the corner of the eyes and darting glimpses and glances and such.
That's how it always begins. By the way, what kind of phone are you on?
I am on a cordless.
Can you
like me to go to a corded?
Yeah, would you please?
Okay, hold on.
Let's demonstrate to everybody how much nicer.
Hello, are you there?
Oh, see, that's so much nicer.
Is that better?
Yes, so much better. Yes, indeed. All right, so anyway, it began as it does for many people with the shadow people at the corner of the eye. Then what?
Well, I was married, had a good job with government, and the torment became absolutely unbearable because these things the voices became incessant, and it was never a single voice. It would be choruses of voices, as you had that one caller speaking of the other day. And these things would appear to me at night when I was fully awake, possibly when I was asleep, I don't know, and I would see them. And they were generally standing directly over me, and they were, as other callers have described, black and dark. But I would go a step further and say these things gave off an emanation of evil such as I have never experienced. And the blackness was such that it had a depth and a gravity all of its own that would literally draw and pull myself into it, and I would be so terrified that often I would scream, and my wife, of course, would assume I was having nightmares.
At least.
When I began to share this, people, of course, assumed that I had some form of schizophrenia, and when I went to the mental health professionals in a complete panic one time, that got me my first round into psychiatric treatment. And even under the influence of all the psychotropic drugs and all these things were still coming and appearing. And
well, that would be the obvious. I mean, if somebody said what you're saying, they would indeed be diagnosed and treated with some sort of a psychiatric drug. Yeah, no question about it. So it continued through that. Did it ever get physical?
Yes. Toward the end, as I started desperately seeking for solutions outside of the mental health system, I tried everything. I read everything I could get my hands on. I consulted pastors and preachers, rabbis, anybody.
Sure.
And as I tried and tried to seek help for relief from this torment, the attacks got incessant, and then they became physical to where, for example, and it seemed nighttime is a favorite to these things. I was in my bed at one night, and something jumped on my bed, and I absolutely froze, and it started walking across my bed, and I could feel the feet causing depressions in the mattress and also stepping on my legs and then on my midsection. I managed to raise my head, and by the light being filtered through the curtains, moonlight, street light, I could see what appeared to be something between a tarantula and a dog.
Oh, brother.
On the foot of my bed.
Bad combination.
Moving toward me, and I think I let out the most blood-curdling scream, and this thing dematerialized, which is how they seem to make their exit. They didn't head for a door or go through a wall. They would just, like a Star Trek beam me up type.
So maybe they don't like screams. That's good.
Maybe they're hearing sensitive, perhaps. That could be.
Yeah.
And that was the beginning of the end as far as my interactions with them. As I started to seek help, and I got in contact with a lady who was very much along the lines and beliefs of the late Father Martin, she started to help me and assist me, and also a missionary fellow. And these things increased their torment to where they would try to crush my larynx.
Crush you mean choke you to death?
Absolutely. Absolutely. These inky, infinite black creatures that your callers and you have dubbed the shadow people.
Just a name, sir. Just a name.
And crush my larynx or crush my chest and literally try to destroy my ability to breathe or speak.
Or scream.
It would happen in the daytime. Eventually I started having heart problems and high blood pressure problems.
I can imagine.
And, I tell you, it was the struggle of a lifetime.
Well, all right, so how did you rid yourself finally of this?
Well, Art, I tell you what, in February of 1991, I locked myself into a bedroom, and I went on a fast.
Yes.
And I consumed nothing but water, and I was on my knees, face down, begging God to remove this from me for 2 weeks. And he did. And he did.
Well, that's some incredible story, sir. No question about it. If I were to see an entity and it treated me as it treated him, I'd scream too, and my scream would sound something like this. That, of course, is actually a Bigfoot scream. East of the Rockies, you are on the air. Hello.
Yes, sir. How are you this morning?
I'm just spiffy.
Thank you for taking my call.
Okay.
The reason why I was calling, I have no idea if you've ever had a guest on the air or anything like that to do dream analysis or anything of that nature.
Oh, I've had many dream analysts on the show.
Wonderful. Then maybe you might be able to give me some kind of guidance or some kind of answers to this. I'm essentially looking for an evaluation of a repetitive dream.
Of one of your dreams?
Maybe it might have some kind of a symbol or something of that nature that maybe one of your guests might have hit on.
Well, what was your dream?
Well, as childish as it may seem, This dream was actually where I'm being chased, and sometimes it involves members of my family, where I'm actually being chased by dinosaurs. Okay. Now, yes, as childish as it may seem, when you're there, you're seeing these dinosaurs dismember people that are around you.
Oh, well, listen, when the dinosaurs were here, 65 million years ago or whatever, they probably did, there's a lot of instances of dinosaur imprints in rock along with human imprints in rock. And, we're finding now that it's quite probable that humans were here long before we suspected they were, like back when the dinosaurs were here. Well, if that's true, we would be... we'd be dinosaur fodder. We'd be a tasty little snack for a dinosaur, and I can imagine humans would run real fast away from them.
But what really brought reality to this, in fact, I had a dream just last night, actually, where I was being chased by people who wanted to murder me all the time. The story always ends where I'm able to somehow manage to escape and to find people nearby in order to try and get some kind of help. I've had dreams where I was in law enforcement beforehand. This is probably where this dream came from.
Oh.
Where I've been gunned down before, where I've been hit repetitively by bullets. Like I said, the worst part about it was I've been actually chased down and stalked by murderers. And in fact, one murder weapon that was getting ready to be used upon me was a chainsaw at one time. And last night I was actually in this dream, I was actually able to escape through a window and try to get help. But, like I say, I have these repetitive dreams where I'm always being chased by something.
Are you a cop in your dream?
No, there's only been one dream where I was actually a law enforcement officer. These dreams usually, I know for a fact that I'm a civilian or I'm somebody who is scared, just a victim, I guess, so to speak. And,
well, next time you have your dream, carry a piece.
Carry a piece.
That's right. Shoot the damn thing. I don't know. Listen, I'm not a dream analyst. Okay. I have them on, but I wouldn't endeavor to analyze your dream. But it's pretty weird.
Does dreaming in color have anything different? Bring a different aspect to it by any chance?
I have my dreams in color are very rare indeed.
All these have happened in color. And in fact, last night I even know that I dreamt in color last night. There was blood everywhere, so to speak, and the green of the grass when I was trying to escape, and so on and so forth. So I don't know if that has any significance in the story at all. But
I will get some responses from people who interpret dreams, and I won't mess with you anymore because I have no idea.
I'm standing by the radio.
All right, take care. Yes, sir. Sure, we have those people on. On my entity attack line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art, man, it's an honor talking to you.
An honor to have you. Where are you?
I'm in Memphis. Listen to you on 600. But my story was when I moved here from Texas, and I used to listen to you all the time on Big 570.
Yes, sir. Cliff.
And mine happened to me when I was living in Dallas, and I was in an apartment, and it started out, me and my friends talking about selling our souls,
You sat around talking about selling your soul?
Yeah. We would just sit around drinking and stuff and talk about selling our souls and stuff.
And
we'd actually try to do it.
May I ask, you what?
Oh yeah. We'd like actually.
You tried to do it?
Yeah.
Can I really honestly ask what you tried to sell your soul for? In other words,
I was like money and power and stuff like that.
Money and power?
Yeah, just like money, and just like be like the richest guy,
Well, how you doing? Doing pretty well?
Well, the guy told me, if you sell your soul, the devil always screws you, so you don't get anything.
Well, I don't know. How are you doing? Are you having a good life? Are you financially pretty well off?
Well, yeah, man. As a matter of fact, I got a house, man, with like brand new hardwood floors, like 4 bedrooms right now, and I live by myself. But the thing about it was, it started out, as like a joke, because I just wanted to see if it would work and see what would happen. And
that's no joke. I mean, offering to sell your soul, that's a real serious thing.
Yeah.
Real serious.
I started having these they didn't start out as attacks at first, but I didn't think much about it. I would be in my bed, and I would be asleep, and I would be like I was in a trance state. And the guy that called in earlier at the beginning of the program freaked me out because the same thing would happen to me. I would like feel hands, like human hands, and they would push me out of my physical body, and I would roll out of my bed onto the floor in spirit form and roll through doors and stuff.
Oh, my God.
And I would wake back up, you know, like try to wake myself up, and I'd like, you know, open my eyes a little, and I would be awake, and I couldn't ever stay awake. I just, like I was tranced or drugged or something, and I couldn't stay awake. And that kept happening, you know, over and over and over. And finally it happened again, and what happened was I felt his hands on my ankles dragging me out of my bed.
Oh, here we go again.
And I fell onto the floor and started dragging me, and it was dragging me across the floor into my bathroom. And that's when I woke up in my bed, and I was like, this isn't fun, you know?
Yeah.
And I couldn't wake up. It was like I was tranquilized or something, and I couldn't fully wake up.
Sort of paralyzed.
Yeah, like I could open my eyes and sit up for a second, but I couldn't stay awake. I was to fall back awake, even though you try to. And so that happened, and I fell back out, and I woke up. There was this blood red, like the reddest red I've ever seen in my life. Like, the only way I can describe it was, it looked like I thought it was the devil or a demon.
You know, very bright red blood is very fresh blood. It is indeed very bright red when it's fresh.
Yeah, this was like, I've never seen this red in my life. And I was laying down in my bed horizontally, and it was like, I would say only 2 feet tall. And it started attacking me, like hitting me and stuff like that. And I was hitting it back, and I was sitting there going, how do I get this thing away from me? So I started I said, you know, if I pray to Jesus and God, it would make it go away, because I knew it was the demon or the devil itself.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought if I prayed to Jesus, he would save me, and it didn't work.
It didn't work.
No, it did not work. I thought for sure if I said, Jesus, save me, you know, and protect me.
It would vanish or something.
Yeah, and that did not work.
Coming. All right, so then what?
Well, what happened was, what made it disappear was, it literally punched me in my stomach so hard that I woke up and I fell out of my bed onto the floor, and I felt physical pain for like at least a good minute and a half after I was wide awake. And I moved out of there and to a different state, and it hasn't happened since.
Well, as a matter of sort of finality here, going back to the beginning of what you were saying, you and somebody, how many of you totally sat down trying to sell your souls to the devil? How many of you?
Oh, it was just like me, and I think my friends were into it, but I think I was just more into it more than they were.
Leader of the pack, huh?
Well, I wouldn't say that. Maybe the moron.
The moron. Well, have you tracked? Do you remain friends with these others?
Well,
have you kept track of any of them?
Not really, because I moved out of state, and I haven't really, but
now you're living big.
Well, not big, but you know.
It sounds pretty big to me.
Well, for my age, it is. I mean, yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 25.
25.
Yeah.
Well, the average person, male, probably lives to near 75, so you might have a good 50 years to go, let's say, before the mortgage is called in. I mean, honestly, sir, don't you worry about having done that sometimes, you know?
I do. I do all the time, and the worst thing about it is I'm sitting there going, I tried like selling my soul for all this stuff.
Yeah.
But I think the trick of it is, you know, I was out on the lake one time, and I was riding this boat, and
on a boat. See, so you had a boat too. Oh, I'm telling you. Listen,
yeah.
I'm sorry, I got to go. We're here at the bottom of the hour. Boat, big new house. Sold his soul. Well, trying to sell his soul. Personally, it sounds to me like ching ching, sale made. I'm Art Bell. Good morning. We've got an entity attack line, otherwise open lines all night long. Devin in Avon, Ohio. Or is it Avon? Fast blast me. Hey, Art, I'm 26, married, and my wife was picked up out of our bed, levitated over me while I was sleeping, and then dropped 5 feet on top of me. We called our pastor to bless the house, and he was thrown, and then I didn't get any more than that, Devin. If you would like to fast blast me your phone number, I will call you, Devin, because I think I'd like to hear that story. It'd be weird to see your wife levitate 5 feet over you. Well, she was asleep at the time, I guess. Still, it would be something, wouldn't it? I'm Art Bell. If you'll stay right there, there's more directly ahead. By the way, I want to thank everybody out there for the open line or special line suggestions that they wrote to me. I decided myself on the entity attack line merely because I thought back, a few days to that lady who told me about that attack, and it really freaked me out. I thought, wouldn't it be interesting to find out if there's a lot more of that going on, and quite obviously there is. So I plucked that one out myself. Nevertheless, I have saved some of your suggestions for future forays into the unknown. A wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi there. I was calling because a friend of mine actually told me to listen to the station. I never listened to your show, and I'm sorry for that. But I was listening, and a lot of these things that are happening to other people have been happening to me since I was 2. And I'm 32 now.
Right. So in other words, all that time?
Yeah,
30 years?
Pretty much. Every night.
Every night, what happens?
They don't get violent every night. They come to me every night. There's 2 in particular.
It's 2?
2 in particular, but then there's always like dozens around.
Describe what you see.
Well, they're hard to describe. The closest thing I can get to is, I don't know if you've recently I saw the movie 13 Ghosts, and there's one of the bad guys on it is called the Jackal. And if you take the box off his head, that's one of them.
I haven't seen the movie yet. So
okay, well, I know it's kind of silly, but I started going to Bible study about 6 months ago, and I started deciding, I was going to open up to my friends and tell them what's going on.
Right.
And I did, so they all started praying for me, and it's gotten better, but I still have them on occasion, but they can't physically attack me anymore.
But they did.
Oh, yeah. For years.
How bad what was the worst of it?
They'd throw me through windows.
What?
My parents ended up boarding up my windows in my bedroom and locking my doors.
What?
Yeah, they'd throw me through windows. They would throw me up against the wall. It actually started getting violent.
Didn't it occur? Well, I guess it's better to be thrown up against a board than it is a window, so I guess I understand what they did, but holy mackerel.
Yeah, they were actually kind of ashamed, I think, because we didn't know what was going on. They've taken me to dream psychologists and...
Dream psychologists? Hey, listen, getting tossed through the window, that's a pretty lucid...
Well, they thought that I was doing it for attention. They thought because I was afraid of the dark, because from 2 to 7, they were not violent. They would come in my room and play with me.
So they were, your parents were perhaps embarrassed of their daughter sailing out the window every now and then and
right.
boarded the window up.
Right, or because I'd get bruises and cuts.
Yeah, oh, well, sure.
And they didn't want me to go to school because they thought the school would think I was being abused.
Good point.
And my family had a different religion. The Acoma religion is an Indian religion.
Really?
And so they'd bring in the medicine man, and he would do his thing. And I never really agreed with it, but I never knew too much about Jesus. And when I was 7 years old, I told a friend in 2nd grade, I told her what was happening to me, and she gave me a little hand Bible she kept in her little backpack.
Mm-hmm.
And it had pictures in it and stuff, and she said, "Pray to Jesus, he'll save you."
Okay.
So I took this home, and my stepdad grabbed it and threw it in the fireplace because he was an atheist. And he told me...
Like Bill.
I'm sorry?
Like Bill.
Like what?
Bill from Hartford. He's an atheist.
Oh, okay.
He says he is anyway.
I don't
Although
he
sounded really frantic tonight.
I'm not sure. I just listened the last 5 minutes. My friend just called me and said,
only
you got to
5 minutes experience with the program?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't listen. Well, because frankly, I always thought the people that called you were weirdos, and I never believed in crop circles and all that stuff. Well, anyways, I don't want to get into all that.
Well, it's not that your story is I mean, I would rate you mid to upper scale in terms of, as I look at all my stories. So
well, I know, but that's what I'm saying.
You ought not cast stones.
That's why I'm saying that when I heard this stuff, I'm like, wow, other people are dealing with this. Well, my friends had told me, you know what, there are other people out there, but
the fact of the matter is, it's real, you see.
Oh, it's extremely real. And what I was telling you was when I was 7 and I asked Jesus to come sleep with me to keep me safe that night, that's when they got violent. They got extremely violent. Well, they threw me into the wall and put a hole in the wall and popped my eardrum from the blow. So my mom had to take me to the hospital. Whatever. She thought that I had did something because I didn't want to sleep alone. I was afraid of the dark. Well, she started believing me after a while when things like my door was ripped off the hinges and the door frame would be shredded, but no one woke up through any of it.
And I thought I had a troubled childhood.
Oh yeah. Well, actually, a friend of mine, Matthew Kitchens, is going to be writing my book.
Oh, you're going to write a book?
Yeah, I've decided to. Actually, I was pretty ashamed of it, and I never really wanted to share it. But now that I found Jesus and I'm a born-again Christian, I'm realizing that I don't have anything to be ashamed of. It's
well,
not
now,
my
did
fault.
you hear about the person that called a little while ago, and they said they tried to cast this thing out with the name of Jesus and so forth, and it didn't work?
Well, when I tried that, it got violent. But see, I was also I didn't know anything about Jesus, really. I didn't know what I was doing, and I didn't have any faith.
Well, all right. Thank you very, very much for the story. I understand. I thought, as an experiment, I would have somebody cast out the devil in the name of talk show host Art Bell, and they tried that, and boy, it didn't work out at all. That was a very bad day for that person. They called in the other day. Said, go ahead, give it a try. They tried it, and I guess there was a mauling. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Sounds like you're in a well.
No, I'm not in a well at all.
Well, it sounds like you are.
Art, I have a great story. A few years ago, I experienced what I was told was a hag attack. Have you ever heard of that?
A hag attack?
A hag attack. I read it in a book.
I've been attacked by hags myself.
You have?
Oh, yes.
Oh, Art.
Two or three of them in my life. I mean, they seem to be nice girls. They seem to be nice girls when I met them, but did they turn into hags? No, I know. What do you mean by hag?
I read a book. It was called Vampires Among Us.
Vampires Among Us, yes.
Vampires Among Us. I can't remember the name of the author, but in the book it talks of hag attacks, and it says that maybe 10 to 15%, even more, of the population has been affected by them. And a few years ago, something happened to me.
Well, what specifically is a hag?
What the book explained it as was exactly this. I was laying in my bed,
yes,
and I was completely awake. I'd only been there for maybe 20 minutes.
Yes. And
from the corner of my room, inside of the vent that the heater comes from, I saw a black ball.
Oh.
And all of a sudden, over the next few seconds, this ball turned into a larger ball and came through the vent.
Yeah. You know, both open closet doors and vents, which lead into cavernous areas connected to each other, have got to be breeding grounds for crap like this. But anyway, so it came out the vent.
It came out the vent. I tried to think that maybe it was just my imagination. I grabbed my hands. I put my hands up, and it became larger, like a huge moving ink blot, and it started to it didn't, but the room, I noticed a smell, and I became nervous, and I tried to get up. I couldn't. It became larger, and it hovered over me. I became completely frightened, more fear than anything I'd ever experienced. I tried to move. I looked. I could barely move my head over. I couldn't move my arms. I saw it growing larger and larger. I closed my eyes. It began to press me into my bed. I tried to scream. Gurgles came through my throat. My grandparents were down the hall. There was no way they could hear me gurgles when I tried to scream. Mm-hmm. I was pressed into my bed.
You mean a scream? A scream turned into nothing more than
I couldn't even
gurgle?
Get a breath out. It was so intense. and I couldn't believe this was happening to me instantly, like the last caller who said that he prayed to Jesus and he tried to get something, nothing happened. Well, that wasn't the case for me. I prayed to Jesus, and I prayed to the Lord, and I asked them to cast whatever it was out of my room, and it took no longer than 10 seconds. It felt like an hour.
And it smelled it smelled really bad.
Like rotten eggs.
Like rotten eggs. Okay, well, we're going to dub that one the Mr. Hinky Monster. It hovered over him, and it was foul. That's actually scary stuff, you know. I mean, it's really scary stuff. What are these things? What are these things? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How's it going? Yeah, I have an entity attack story.
You too, huh? I mean,
yeah.
I've got this special entity attack line, and you guys, there's so many of them, you're leaking into my other lines. Okay.
Well, you know, it's amazing to think, though, that how common I think it actually is.
Apparently.
Yeah, it's, I think, well, I have a theory on what happened, but first let me tell you what happened to me.
Sure.
Okay, when I was probably about 8 years old, I remember I was at a house that I was living at with my grandparents and my father and his ex-wife, to be. Well, I was in the room, okay, and I was scared, you know, just basically because of the dark. I didn't like sleeping in the dark, but so then my dad left the front door or the bedroom door open with the hall light on so that I wouldn't be quite as afraid. Well, I began to lay down, and I remember I was still, you know, kind of scared, and I laid there for a while, and I remember feeling afraid still, but I hid my head under the covers, you know, like kids do.
Oh, well,
but I was too afraid to go to sleep. So I know I was 100% awake, and I felt a presence, like I have through my life at many times actually, but I felt this presence, and I was on a bunk bed, and I was on the top bunk, and whatever this was, of course I believe it was a spirit, well, it pushed me on my chest. Now, when it pushed me on my chest, it didn't just, like, push me and, you know, I felt a push. I mean, it pushed me.
So if I'd been on the bottom bunk, I would have seen this giant indentation forming, right, as it pressed toward me.
And you would have also heard the thump that came when I bounced off the bed and hit the ceiling directly from it. And
you hit the
I hit the ceiling because it was really close to the ceiling anyways, and it was a pretty bouncy mattress. But when it pushed me, and I bounced, and I hit the ceiling, I remember I was so frozen with fear, you know, and I could barely, like, yell. But when I finally was able to, man, my dad, he knew I was, like, scared. So he came in there, and I told him something pushed me. And I told him that it hurt my chest, and so he opened up my chest. And, you know, it's funny with all the stories that you've had on your program of people saying that there are handprints and things. Well, sure enough, I had 2 handprints on my chest. Which is weird, you know, because it's like, but anyway.
No, it's not weird because it verifies what you just said. What did your dad say?
Well, my dad and my family, I mean, I don't mean to sound, you know, like everybody's got their ghost stories and stuff, but my family, we've been very, very open to these types of occurrences, but, you know, it's like.
Yeah, but I'm not going to say these aren't ghosts because who the heck really knows?
Exactly.
But
I think I do. I do know that they are personally from within, but that's just something different. I myself...
Oh, you believe from within, you know, the monster of the id. In other words, you created this thing yourself?
More my perception itself of its existence. Like, in other words, why would it actually have the ability to physically assault somebody if it's not physical? I believe it's because of the awareness of what it wants to do. And sometimes if you are fearful, like a child often is, then it preys on fear, and that which is of fear becomes and manifests into physical. See what I mean?
Yeah, I see exactly what you mean, and I think that that's entirely possible, that the amount of fear is actually able, or an emotion is able to generate that which is feared. It builds on itself, and it feeds on itself. And you created, yes,
exactly.
That's as good an explanation as any.
And perfect love, you know, it's been said in the Bible, you know, not that I'm a Bible thumper, but, you know, it's like, I can see validity in all religions. By faith, I'm a Christian, but I couldn't see Jesus giving Buddha a black eye, you know. But I think without a doubt, hands down, that perfect love, as it says, casts out fear, but I think perfect love comes through being wise through the years, right? And basically through growing as a human being. But when you're a child, you're naive and you're sensitive to these things. And that's why it comes to children a lot.
Can you know perfect love without having experienced perfect fear, perfect anger, perfect depression? In other words, can you understand perfect love until you've been the other place?
Well, believe it or not, my personal feel on that is that when you actually feel perfect love and when you experience it and you find it, of course it does come through rising above not being perfect. But see, rising above not being perfect has to come through serious pain.
Yeah.
It's the medicine of the soul.
That's what I think too, sir. Thank you very, very much for the call. I just don't think you could know it and certainly not appreciate it unless you had experienced the opposite. On my entity attack line, you are on the air. Hello.
Yeah. I'm Richard in Houston.
Hi, Richard.
About 1979, I was sleeping here beside my wife.
Mm-hmm.
I woke up, something was pushing me down onto the mattress. And I couldn't see anything. I could see the ceiling and all.
Mm-hmm.
And I was desperate. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't yell. I tried to yell, and all that came up was a little bitty squeak out of my voice, and I was frantic.
Was it like hands pressing?
Oh, it was a weight on my entire body.
All right, so an overall weight.
Overall weight.
Okay.
And I struggled and struggled and struggled harder, and I was getting desperate for breath. And I must have struggled hard or something. It just gave up because when it quit, when it let up, the mattress rose an inch or two, and then it was gone. And
if you had not struggled against it, what do you think would have happened?
I have no idea. I was in a panic.
Well, I'm sure you were, but you didn't consider what might have occurred.
Well, no. You mean given into it?
Well, or not struggled. Perhaps somebody else might have imagined they couldn't struggle against something like this, and they would have just submitted.
I don't know. I know it was heavier than I am. I weighed 200.
So,
by the way,
yes?
Can I mention one more thing?
Yes.
That sound you have with a Bigfoot?
Yes.
That's not a Bigfoot. That's a U.S. Navy sonar.
Well, people have
How
said,
do I know?
Well, yeah, but how do I know is more important.
I know the sound. I'm a retired chief sonarman, and I heard that sound many hours.
Believe me, I've heard this, but we have providence on this sound, sir. In other words, we know who recorded it, where they were in the woods, not undersea. A lot of people have said it sounds like sonar, and I understand that it does sound a little bit like that. But trust me when I tell you we have the providence on this tape, and that it is not sonar. We know who recorded it and where. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Art?
Yes?
Well, you cut me off on the other line, but I have an attack story, but I wasn't alone. I had someone with me.
What do you mean?
Well, I was with my girlfriend in the desert, and this happened in March of 1993.
And what happened?
Well, I was observing some lights about 100 miles away coming from the south, going due north. Looked like it was coming from San Diego up over Palm Springs.
Mm-hmm.
And I observed this for about 10 minutes. I called my girlfriend's attention to this. We were camping out near 29 Palms.
Right.
And I did my last year and a half in the Navy at Top Gun. There's so many aircraft flying around down there, it's hard to keep track of them.
Sure.
But this one got my attention, and I couldn't tell you exactly why, but and this sounds bizarre, but I've never told anyone this story.
Well, we've got less than a minute, so...
Well, I'm dying to know if there's other people that had something like this happen, but this ball, this light ball, came out of this large craft, and it came right up in front of us, about 48 inches away. It was about the size of a basketball. It was extremely brilliant, looked like the end of a sparkler, and it literally, I could feel it scan my brain quickly, and then it went to my girlfriend, and it spent some time with her, and then it left. It was shot up into the sky and went back to this large craft. She was very traumatized by this and spent about 8 months in therapy.
Boy, that's some story. And you sound okay, huh?
Well, we were frightened to death.
I believe me, I understand. All right, thank you very much. From a craft, a ball of light scanning the brain, and then wonder what it did with the information that it downloaded from you, apparently. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM, from the land where things go perump in the night. This is Coast to Coast AM, and I'm Art Bell. Great to be here. We've got a special line open for entity attacks. It's my entity attack line. Only those who have actually been physically attacked by an entity qualify. Any other calls can delve into any subject you wish. It's an open line Friday night, Saturday morning. And if you'll stay right there, we'll get right back to it. Well, you should see some of the fast blasts that I'm getting tonight. Shelley in California writes, I was attacked by a spirit who plunged a butcher knife into my pillow and then told me what he wanted. Shelley, you should fast blast me your phone number. No one else will see it, just me, and I'll call you and we'll get that story on the air. So if you have a similar story, and it's really a very, very good one, you know, you can fast blast me a phone number, and I'd be more than happy to get hold of you. In the meantime, the lines are jammed, so the odds of any single person making it through are, you know, somewhat slim. On my entity attack line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hello there. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
Good, sir. Mr. Paul calling from KSTE.
Sacramento, right?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. Okay.
I'm a assistant pastor in church. 6'9", 370 pounds.
You are 6'9", 370?
Yes, sir.
Ay. So you're not like a bouncer for the church, right?
Oh, no, sir.
Oh, okay.
Of course not. This is what happened, sir. Even I don't believe it, but it happened. Matter of fact, it happened this year in March. I was in bed sleeping. Next thing you know, of course, I have a specialized California king-size bed to sleep in.
Uh-huh.
I'm so big. However, it went right through the door. That entity, it went right through the door. I'm looking right at it, and it's coming right towards me. And just about, I'm getting ready to leap on it, because I thought it was someone who's, you know, broke in the house.
Yeah, of course.
And when I looked at it, I said, whoa, no face.
No face.
It's like...
That's bad.
Yes, very bad. No face. It wasn't walking. It was gliding towards me.
Gliding, another bad sign.
No hands.
Real bad.
And it said, I'm going to get you.
Oh, man.
I said, I'm sorry, but you're not going to get me.
Oh.
And all of a sudden, it stopped. It reversed, floated. If I'm not going to get you, I'm going to get your wife. He went towards my wife, grabbed her ankles, threw her off the bed onto the floor. It hit her head and whole body hit the floor. Big loud thump.
God.
Immediately I got up and I wanted to just, of course, beat the hell out of whatever it was. Immediately, as soon as I turned the light on, it was gone.
And your wife?
And my wife, on her ankles, she's a very light-skinned woman.
Right.
And there was 2 marks, I should say not 2, but 2 hand imprints, 8 in total. And looked like imprints of a hand. And immediately, we're looking at it, up her, this is on the ankle now, going up from the ankle towards her middle inner thigh, it started to bleed. This skin started to bleed. Immediately, of course, I applied pressure on it and it stopped.
Was there a physical cut, you know, a reason for the bleeding, or was this just blood through the skin?
This was just a blood coming from and through the skin. No cut at all.
Holy moly.
And it's amazing because, remember, it's happened in March of this year.
Yes.
I'm a heart patient. A month later...
You're lucky to still be alive now.
That's correct. A month later, I was in the hospital in San Francisco. And the same thing happened to me again. Supposed to be there for a couple of days. I was there for 3 weeks in the hospital. What happened was on the 3rd night, my heart stopped. Yeah, it just stopped. I didn't know it stopped. Because immediately off to the right, there was the same entity again. It reminded me of the headless, what's it called?
Headless horseman?
Yes. I mean, nothing. I mean, the hood is a hood.
Oh.
No face. Just, and it said, "It's time to come with me now." I looked at him. I said, "I'm not scared of you, whoever you are, and I'm not coming with you." Immediately, it said that it was coming towards me.
Yeah.
And then, automatically, the nurse or the doctor was putting those two, what's called that stuff to...
paddles?
Yeah, paddles on my chest. Immediately, I woke up. And I said, what happened? They said, I went into heart failure, and my heart stopped for the last 8 seconds.
Holy smokes. Listen, you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but I am curious.
Yes.
What kind of life have you led?
Afterwards?
Well, no. Previously.
What type of life?
Yeah, in other words, let me sort of lay it out this way. It seems as though at critical moments you're having encounters with folks that aren't likely to lead you to the up escalator. And there's, I'm just kind of curious what kind of life you led.
Got married, a year out of college. I'm 45 years old now. I played professional football for 1 year. Had to stop because of the heart. I was born with a heart problem.
Who did you play for?
Seattle Seahawks.
You played for the Seahawks?
Yes. And then after I got waived, wifey's from Hawaii. So I went to Hawaii, and I got hired over there on a very prominent bank over there. I stayed there for the last, 18, 19 years. Just got back recently. Again, the heart started to act up again. That's why I had to get out of that banking environment. I left as senior vice president of the bank.
The banking's probably as bad as professional football for the heart.
Yes, it is. But it's just, again, I've been listening to the program the last 15 years, and I was inclined to call because this is true. I can't believe it. I mean, it only happened once. It happened twice, and it's very, very, very. I wasn't scared. It's just wife is petrified.
Would have done the trick for me. What's it like listening to other people with somewhat similar stories?
Well,
must be strange. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people think this only happens to them and maybe in the movies.
Oh no! Again, I remember I used to be an assistant pastor in the church.
Right.
I had to stop because of the heart. I heard many stories in the church. I went to with a Catholic I'm sorry, what you call those guys?
Could have been a bishop.
Yeah, it could have been about 5 years ago to help assist him exercise a person, and my wife firmly believes that whatever it was probably following me because the person. It took about a long time to get that entity out of the particular individual, and it was very, very nerve-wracking because it takes a lot of years to go through this training. And at the time, again, I had the heart problem.
Well, I hope in the future, any future crisis you have brings something a little brighter to light your way, my friend. Thank you so much for the call.
Oh, you're welcome, sir.
You take care. Wow. You just, you never know. I mean, when you open up these kinds of lines, you never know what you're going to get. And we're definitely getting our money's worth tonight. I had no idea that there really were there are so many of you out there that have been attacked in such a violent way. It's astounding. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, I went to Job Corps back in the early 80s and met a guy that told me stories about how him and his family were severely attacked by demons all the time, and that his little brother and stuff would end up with black eyes and just bad luck all the time. I mean, it was horrible the way he described his life. They'd be like driving out of the parking lot and the wheels would fall off their cars, and just numerous accounts of just horrible encounters with different type of entities in their home and stuff. And we were talking one night, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, right up in the little corner of the room, it was like there were tens of thousands of angels in a circle looking down on us. It was like all these eyes were just beaming down on us.
Yes.
And I know this sounds really freaky, but I'm telling you, at the same time, we both seen it, and just chills just went up and down our body. And it was the most frightening thing. I mean, it was frightening, but in another sense, it was kind of...
well, maybe that was a circle of protection.
It may have been. But I tell you, and when me and my brother were children, we used to get visited by this woman called the Dostal woman. She used to climb down out of the attic from the closet.
She lived or appeared in... She lived in that closet, you believe?
Yeah, she came down out of the attic every night.
Every night?
Yeah, and she would look at us and stuff. She was a dark figure. And, I mean, you talk about two scared kids. We were horrified. Our hair would stand up on the back of our necks and just goosebumps all over us. And we would try to scream, and you couldn't get nothing out, you know, because you're so horrified. And
what did she want?
I don't know. We told our mom and dad about it, and our mom, she kind of believed us, but our dad, you know, he always was real skeptical. He didn't believe anything. And one night it sounded like somebody was setting the table in the dining room with knives, forks, spoons, plates, just like somebody was setting the table.
Right.
Like about 2:30 in the morning.
Yes.
And my brother and I, we were petrified, you know, because we had this room right off the dining room, and my mom and dad were in the front of the house, and we were witnessing all this stuff, and we could see like two legs, white legs. Do you know what I mean? Like the pajamas of the old-fashioned pajamas?
Sure.
Yeah, with the like lace around the bottom.
Sure.
Now we would see two legs jumping over the table, back and forth, and then walk around the table, and you could hear plates and stuff being set out on the table. Then the spirit would come through the doorway there into our room and walk around our bed and grab our legs and stuff, and it was just horrible. I mean, we were petrified kids for a long time. We lived with this, you know, and this is the first time I've ever told anybody, you know, and I know a lot of people are hearing this right now, but...
Yeah, it's not something you would... Yeah, but it's a better way to be able to tell this kind of thing, really, because what people would think if you told them this.
Yeah, and I tell you, we've had so many things happen, Art. It's I could go on and on and on.
Well,
we're the ones that had the rocks raining on us.
Rocks raining on you.
Yes, this is very true. In California, Missouri, it rained rocks on us for 3 days.
Yep, I know. Someone else gave us that a little while ago. I find that, you know, I have a hard time with that one. 3 days of rocks. Should have had lots of pictures, huh? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was me.
Yes, it is. Where are you?
I'm in Hickson, Tennessee.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Mary. I've been listening to you for a long time. How's your back, by the way?
Actually, Mary, it's better than it's been in a long, long time.
Good, I'm glad. We missed you, or I did anyway.
Thank you.
I wanted to talk to you about the attacks also.
Okay.
All my life, myself and my family have been attacked by things. With most of the time, it's in the bed or in the bedroom.
Yep, that seems to be almost a constant.
In fact, one night, something was grabbing my hand like it was trying to pull me out of bed.
Oh.
Another night, I woke up, I couldn't breathe, and I just saw two red eyes and this black figure.
Red eyes?
Red eyes.
I hate red eyes.
I don't like them either. It scared me. And that happened more than once. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. It was like a battle of wills.
Yeah.
That's the only way I could describe it, was a battle of will to get this thing off of me. I have had out-of-body experiences, and I've been chased by them.
I know. I really like to ask this question. If you hadn't resisted, if you had let this thing, this black thing with red eyes, proceed to what it was going to do, if you'd been frozen in fear and couldn't have moved, what do you think would have happened?
Well, I was frozen, but it wasn't in fear. I just couldn't move. But I think it was trying to take me over. I believe this.
Possession.
Yeah. And it's not just myself this has happened to. It's happened to my husband. It's happened to a couple of my brothers.
Well, the thing about possession is we have no way of knowing how many possessed people there are. I mean, it may well be that the changes in personality, at least in the beginning, are fairly subtle. But the possession increasingly takes control once it occurs. And how would we ever know, any of us here on Earth, how many are really possessed?
I don't know about anyone else, but I can feel if there's something wrong with people. And I can usually see it in their aura.
Well, there certainly are people where, you just immediately know something is really wrong.
I believe my father was possessed because he was one of the most evil men I ever met in my life.
Your own father?
My own father. I believe he was possessed because he enjoyed hurting people. And he didn't care who knew. And he was charismatic. He was like the devil incarnate himself.
You mean in other ways he was charismatic?
Yeah. He could be cruel and mean, and nobody seemed to see it.
Huh.
Even though he was being mean and cruel to them. It's like they couldn't tell.
Mm.
But I've always had a sense about it, and people that were like that, I can't be around.
The satin shiv,
I don't know what it is, but I'm real sensitive to, I guess, spirits and things. I see things. I know things. Scary things.
Well,
I know when people are going to die.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
I was going to say maybe it simply runs in the family.
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with the Indian background in our family.
Oh.
Because Indians tend to be more inclined to be open to spirits. And I believe my mother, her family her line was medicine woman.
Well, you've got a pretty serious background there.
Yeah.
And so I guess that accounts for a lot of it. I wonder why she, though, with her sensitivity, ended up marrying a man who had this incredible mean streak.
Well, hers was more in the healing arts. She could heal with anything. She had used a lot of the Indian ways to heal.
But why would she have been attracted to such a mean man?
I'm not sure.
Uh-huh.
I think it was her second husband, and he promised to take care of her and her family and treat her kids as if they were his own, but he didn't. He did too, I guess, because he was equally cruel.
Equally cruel.
Yeah.
Okay, listen, I've got to scoot. Thank you.
Well, I thank you, and I have one more question.
Well, you'll have to hold on then. Good morning from the high desert and a little town called Pahrump, Nevada. To the nation, actually, to the world. We're talking about, well, mainly entity attacks tonight. No shortage of stories there, to be sure. Only physical attacks need apply. All other lines, anything you want to talk about. But interestingly, even those have been filling up with attack stories. Ever expect you'd hear so many? I certainly didn't. But then again, I'm constantly surprised on this program. Well, if you're out there driving across the country tonight, in the middle of the night in the darkness, you're probably spending a lot of time looking in the rear view mirror, I'd suspect. All right, my caller east of the Rockies here had something else. Go ahead.
Hi. Yeah. Also, earlier this week, I heard that Dick Clark is going to be hosting the New Year's celebration in New York.
Is he really?
Yeah, as soon as he said that, I got a flash, and I'm worried that something else is going to happen in New York.
Well,
they've not had enough trouble.
Yeah, New Yorkers are worried about that, too. Thank you very much. Yeah, a lot of people concerned about that, not the least of which would be New Yorkers. Everybody's concerned about it. And we really need to be extremely cautious, by the way. Even though we're hearing that, we're mopping up and wrapping up with the Taliban in Afghanistan, this is far from over. And so we really need to remain on alert and expect about anything, and we'll probably get it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Hi. I have a couple of quick stories to tell you.
Oh.
I'll give you the first one that's more amazing than the other. But the first one is, when I was a young man, 22, I shared an apartment going through school with some roommates, and we started messing around with the Ouija board. And and I have to catch my breath because this still sets me back a few steps just to think about it. We did the Ouija board, and we saw some things happening. We saw the doors open and close by themselves. We saw the Ouija board leave the floor and fly off by itself. All kinds of strange things like that. But,
listen.
Mm-hmm.
Playing with Ouija boards, it's not quite as serious as sitting around with some people and trying to sell your soul, but...
Oh, I'm getting to that part.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
For some reason, I decided that I wanted to have power. And I started threatening the devil. And I started saying, you know what, I think Jesus is the king, and I don't think that you are anything, and I think you're fake and you're a fraud, and so prove it to me that you are all powerful.
And
nothing happened. I walked up to the wall, and I stood at the wall, and I held my hands out as though I was Jesus on a cross.
Yeah.
And I said the following. This is very difficult for me to talk about because I'm a Christian and I've renewed my faith, and so I don't like to give the devil any more credence than he.
That's all right. Lay it out for us the way it happened.
Well, this is the way it happened. I was up against the wall. I had my hands out. My legs were I assumed the position just like Jesus was on the cross. And I said, I want to have power. I want to have, this is difficult. I want to have intercourse with you so that you could put your seed in me so that I could have your power.
You said this to the devil?
Yes. Now, you're only the second person I've told this to. My wife may be listening. I don't remember if I told her or not, but anyway, I'm 34 now.
May I advise you on that subject?
Sure.
Don't tell her.
No. Well, maybe she went to bed. She said she was going to bed.
Good. Yep. Don't tell her that.
But in any case, this is when the light started flickering and things started flying across the room and that kind of thing. When I was a young boy, the second story, when I was a young boy...
You know what?
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to do better than that. And besides that, I'm sure you've given it some thought since, but...
Very regretful of it, actually.
Regretful, yeah. What makes you think that you didn't get your wish?
Well, that's very profound. I think at times, perhaps...
You did?
I have. I've done some really things that I'm not proud of. And
I hear you.
I don't like to even think about it. But
all right. Well, look, I'll take it at that. Thank you. That's freaky. Have you ever listened to people like that man before in your life? People who have either sold their soul to the devil, made a deal, or invited the seed of the devil to live within them. Can you imagine doing that? Ay. That's really freaky stuff, and for every moment of your life after you've done something like that, you would have to wonder if the deal really wasn't consummated. On my entity attack line, you're on the air.
Hey, Mr. Bell?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm calling regarding an attack made on my mother back in the early 80s.
Your mother?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm calling from Victorville, California. It's kind of a comical story, not to make light of the subject, but one evening we've seen shadows and colors and things in our peripheral vision at times in the house,
yes,
knocking. And one evening my mom went to sleep, and she said she was in a real deep sleep that night. For some reason, she's usually a light sleeper. And when she had woken up in the morning, she'd felt some soreness and sensitivity around one of her eyes. I believe it was the left one.
Around her eye, yes.
And she got up and she went into the restroom, and once she wiped the sleep out of her eyes, she looked into the mirror and she noticed some blackening and bruising around her eye.
Oh, really?
And her eyebrow on top of the same eye,
yes,
was plucked to perfection.
To perfection?
To perfection. The thinnest, most perfect plucking she had ever seen in her life.
So it was a cosmetically perfect attack.
Yes, sir. And she did not feel no pain while it was happening, but she could tell that it had been plucked because of sensitivity she'd felt in the morning.
Wow.
Yeah.
What did she conclude from this, out of curiosity?
We might have thought what we were thinking that was some type of female spirit who was real, if you might say, vain, and that had a problem with my mom's eyebrow.
Offended in some way by your mom's eyebrow.
Yes, which my mom did keep plucked and did keep trimmed, but for some reason I believe she was not happy with it and took it upon him or herself to...
Did you happen to notice whether, following that attack, your mom's eyebrows were plucked regularly and neatly?
No, actually that was the only time that my mom was actually affected by the entity or spirit.
Well, I know, but I was just wondering if she personally, concluded that she should keep her eyebrows in better repair.
No, I think she went, well, obviously she had to match up the other one. So she went ahead and then plucked the other one to try to get it to look like the first one that had been done.
Yeah.
And but she never kept them that way again. She went ahead and let them grow back out.
Well, I tell you, I'd have taken that one as a warning. I really appreciate the story, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Take care. That's the first cosmetic attack I've heard of. Wow. He could not have made that up. I mean, he could have, but it doesn't sound like he could have made that up to me, It's just one of those, it's too bizarre. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Art. I'm a first-time caller. My name's Tina, and I'm calling from the San Gabriel Valley in California.
All right, Tina.
And what I'm calling about is not to change the,
It could use some changing.
Subject.
So go right ahead.
But I think you might be interested in this. I fast-blasted you about the Atlantean Crystal Ball book.
Atlantean Crystal Ball book?
Right. And why I find this interesting, and I think it'd be good subject matter for future show, is this book was written in 1989, and I just came across it this year, and it has the directions to the city of Atlantis in it on how it could be found, which seem to match up exactly with where Atlantis has currently been found.
Well.
And along with 7 other lost temples that are supposedly still lost, the directions to them, and how this came about, according to this book, this woman was given a crystal ball by Flip Wilson,
yes,
the comedian.
Right.
And this crystal ball, she didn't know anything about crystal balls, but it started emanating like a mist around it, and she started channeling this information.
Channeling, huh?
Yeah, and I don't go for channeling either. But
yeah, you too.
This is just too strange.
Well, I don't actually. Channeling is a reasonable thing to imagine certainly could occur. I just, I've always been sort of hesitant about it because you can't prove it.
Well, correct, right. But anyway, this particular crystal ball, this woman was also on several radio channels regarding this crystal ball, and this crystal ball emits so much energy that it caused the radio channel to go dead, which you can imagine would be a scary thing for
Crystal, you see, is a very interesting substance. I have a pure crystal ball that Bob Crane bought for me at some really exorbitant price in Indonesia. It's an absolutely pure crystal ball, and they're very interesting to hold in your hand. A true crystal ball is really something.
Well, this particular crystal ball was brought up by the divers of Jacques Cousteau.
Wow.
From the Atlantic Ocean, in between Florida and Cuba.
And Cuba. That would be the area.
Yeah. And it's been, I guess in 1990, it was looked at by a group of gemologists, I guess is what it's called.
Right.
And they said that this particular crystal ball was by no means man-made. They'd never seen anything like it. And it was bathed in, I can't remember it's a green lake. It escapes me the name of it. But anyway, they put it in this green lake and it absorbed the color of green afterwards.
Oh.
And it blows up telephones and fax machines and refrigerators, and they ended up having to put this crystal ball in a safe away from electrical things because it was causing so many problems. But why I thought you might find it interesting is because you've had past guests talking to you about magnetic energy.
Crystal ball like that would utterly destroy the room I'm in right now.
Yeah, well, you couldn't have it there according to what I've read.
No.
It would give you a whole new thing to be afraid of.
My dear, it would send me back to the Stone Age. I have so many electronics in here that it'd be all over.
Yeah, but it talks about these other temples that are still lost, but there's crystal balls in these temples.
Well, we shouldn't be surprised at this because there was an obvious technology in these ancient times that we don't have now, that we haven't remembered or relearned, or a science path we haven't gone down, but they had some sort of technology and power that we don't have a clue about.
Right, and that's exactly what this book, The Channeled Message, is saying, that within when Atlantis was found, that at that point they would also be finding these other temples with the crystal balls in them, and that's where the hidden secret of magnetic energy and how to create magnetic energy would be found, and we would then learn, how to store it and harvest it.
I'll go for this. Perhaps we would learn how to channel it. How's that?
Okay.
All right. Well, listen, thank you very, very much for the call. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello there.
Hi.
How you doing?
All right, sir. Where are you?
I am in Chicago.
Chicago. All right.
I just
turn your radio off. That's very
God,
important.
you can hear it all the way over there?
Oh,
I apologize. It's,
right. I have very good hearing.
Way on the other side of the room.
I know. I will wait.
Hold on 1 second.
Yes, I'll wait. Very important that actually you have your radio near your phone so that you can immediately turn it off. Because of the delay.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm calling about the streetlight phenomenon that I've experienced in my life for over about 12 years now.
They go off as you approach.
And actually, I have both. I have them go on and off. Mm-hmm. I first noticed that I've lived in Chicago my whole life, except for a period of about 2 years I lived in New Jersey.
Okay.
And I first noticed this in New Jersey. I worked a night job, and my hours varied every night coming home. So it was always a random time. It was never the same time. And the same street light on the highway on the way home would either turn on or turn off as I approached or went by.
And what do you make out of this?
I'm not sure, because now I'm back in Illinois. I've been in Illinois for 10 years now, and I had the same phenomenon happen here with several street lights, one on my block where I live and several in the town. And I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what it could be.
If only you could convert this power to turning red lights green.
It's something like that. I don't know. I take it maybe as
you're not alone. I mean,
maybe a guardian angel trying to show me something that they're there.
Maybe. But I can tell you there are many people who experience what you experience, so you're not alone.
Yeah, so I mean, I've never heard anybody ever talk about this, and I've never talked about it to anybody until I heard it on your show about 2 weeks ago. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
It's just something very bizarre.
All right, sir.
And they don't just come on. They come on and or go off. So it's not one way or the other.
I've got it.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. No, it is more common than you would imagine. It really does happen. On my entity attack line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art. How are you?
I'm all right, sir. Where are you?
Jacksonville, Florida.
All right. Have you been attacked?
Yeah, it happened about 8 years ago. I heard a gentleman earlier talking about how he was laying in bed next to his wife and something was pressing down on him.
That's right.
And I had the exact same experience, and when I heard that, man, it was chilling to the bone. I was laying in bed next to my wife, and the only thing I could equivalent it to is these void black creatures like in the movie Ghost.
Yes.
That were pressing down my hands, holding them down,
yes.
And kind of like pressing on my chest, choking me.
Yes.
I could barely squeak out her name. Also, trying to call her name out. I almost had the power or the strength to just almost press them back, to sit up, but they would just kind of like press me back down.
Right.
Well, she actually woke up hearing me try to, say her name, and
right.
the minute she said what's wrong, these things were gone, and I sprung up out of bed, with the coldest sweat you ever could imagine. I was spooked. It was just way too scary.
You told her about it?
Oh yeah, I told her about it, and I told several people about it, and they're like, man, that's just too weird.
Did you see anything?
Yeah, it was more than one, but I can't tell you whether it was 3 or 4.
Was the pressure on you sort of an even overall pressure, or could you feel extremities pushing you down?
It was extremities. It was like around my chest or throat area and around my hands, holding my hands down. And like I said, they were kind of like faceless, dark figures. And I saw a picture of your shadow people where it was like on your website where it shows like hooded, faceless figures with no legs and kind of like a cloak.
And that's roughly what you saw?
That's roughly them. And when I saw that picture, it spooked me too.
Oh, brother.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm glad it is over, right?
Oh yeah, it's only happened once, and as you can tell, I don't sleep well at night anymore.
Once will do for that sort of thing. Thank you.
You have a good night.
You too, sir. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. Good morning. We've got a entity attack line open as usual when I do this kind of thing. We're getting more than we bargained for by far. It's a Friday night, Saturday morning, generally open lines with that exception, and it actually has dominated. So if you'll stay right where you are, and I imagine you're fairly frozen in place anyway if you've been listening, we'll get to more of it in a moment. And back into the night we go. Good morning, you're on the air on Coast to Coast AM. Where are you, please?
Hi, this is David in Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Hey, David.
How are you this morning?
I'm fine. You fast blasted me and said you had a story, and I called you, so what's up?
Yeah, it's actually pretty frightening to even recount, but I'll do my best to make it as quick as possible.
Sure.
Basically, it occurred over a 3-week period or so when I was 9. I went through this period of waking up at night and really frightened. And you know what happens when you're 9 and you're really frightened? You have to make a trip to the little boy's room.
Right away.
Yeah. And, of course, once you're there, you're kind of stuck for a few minutes. And anyway, I would run to the bathroom, and I would feel this entity or something evil coming toward the bathroom down the hall. And it was like the longer I was in there, the stronger the presence became. And, I would finish what I was doing and immediately dash back into my bed and throw the covers over my head, and I could feel this presence all around me.
I always wonder about people say, I finished what I was doing. To me, once this thing's on the way, what you're doing isn't going on anymore.
Well, after a few times, it kept getting closer, and so you're less and less finished when you're pulling your clothes back on.
I see. All right.
But yeah. So anyway, one night it kind of came to a head, and the thing made it to just outside the door, whatever it was. It was just a feeling of fear.
Yes.
And I ran. I wouldn't look to the right. I ran. My bedroom was to the left, and I ran and I dove under the covers, and I could hear the thing walking toward me, whatever it was. And I wouldn't, of course, look out from under the cover. And I was scared, really, really scared, too scared to scream. It walked up right beside the bed, stopped, and there was a pause. Something grabbed me by the neck, jerked me straight up in the bed.
Yes?
It wasn't choking me, and there was no pressure or anything like that, but it physically pulled me straight up in the bed, and I couldn't scream because I was too scared, not because I was choking. And when I finally let go, it was one of those blood-curdling, when a male is really scared, it's very different when they scream than a female.
Oh, yes.
And anyway, so I screamed, and my dad was an ex-paratrooper, born-again hard type. And he comes out of his bedroom with his gun in his hand, and because I guess that scream, he must have taken it pretty seriously, and flipped on the light. And he looked at me and immediately was kind of mad at me. It's like, what's wrong with you, boy? And that kind of thing. And I couldn't say anything. I was just too scared. And he looked down at the floor, and there was a pair of boots beside the bed.
A pair of boots?
Yeah. I know this sounds really odd, but this is entirely true.
Okay.
And then if you looked back down the hallway, which light was on because my mother was up as well, there were muddy boot prints.
Oh, my.
Yeah, I went back into the living room. So he yells at everyone to get down on the floor, and he runs off into the living room with his gun in his hand.
Sure.
Turning on lights as he goes.
Sure.
He emptied I believe it was a Browning 380 automatic. It was an old, I think it was an old military issue of some sort. And, all these shots rang out, and of course we're all really frightened by now. And a few minutes later, my dad returns, and he's white as a sheet. My mother's calling the police, and the police finally arrive, only to, when they go to come in the house, at that point in time, my dad realizes that all the doors and windows are locked and had been. They had never been unlocked. No one had entered through a door or a window.
Holy smokes. And what did the police say about all this?
Well, they didn't know what to say other than they saw the results of all the gunshots, which was a string of bullet holes down the living room wall. So evidently this thing had been moving, and my dad saw it, whatever it was.
And shot at it. And repeatedly. I think it was like, I don't know if it was a 9 or a 13-round clip in those. I don't recall, but, I mean, it was a lot of shots. My God, that's some story.
That's bizarre, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely true.
It was worth the call. Thank you.
Okay, and one other thing. He would never tell me what he saw. I don't know what he told the police. I guess he was trying to keep me from being overly frightened again. But from that point on, we always had lights on at night.
I hear you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow. Huh. Well, I have always felt that there is intrinsic safety value in covers. I know it really sounds stupid, right? But when you're a kid, you pull the covers over you. And I think you still do that, by the way, when you're an adult. And that's because I think we all sort of half believe that there is some intrinsic value in the covers being over you. On the other hand, that may be totally in error and nothing but a myth, and you could be made of bloody pulp covers or not. Whew. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm calling from Buffalo, listening to you on WBEN.
Yes, sir. Buffalo, New York.
And I have an entity attack story. Although this is quite different than the ones I've been hearing tonight, This happened in the daytime.
In the daytime?
Yes. I lived in a house that wasn't quite right. I was a child for a while. We lived in an apartment that was, other things were living there as well.
Like what?
Ghosts. And I was quite young, and I'd always get up first thing in the morning, and everybody else in the house would be sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd hear a woman call out my name. This happened repeatedly, and I mean, days on end or weeks on end. And finally, I just got accustomed to it, and one day I decided to ignore it. And I guess she didn't like that too much. She grabbed my arm, whipped it behind my head, and basically I got slapped. I didn't see anything. I got slapped upside the head and knocked a tooth out.
And you lost a tooth?
I lost a tooth.
All right. Could you see her or only sense her?
I didn't. Only heard her.
You only heard her?
Yeah, because I used to before.
Okay, but this is a very serious physical attack, so you felt arms on you, and you felt all this leverage and this terrible slapping. So it must have been like an invisible something attacking you.
Yeah, it was like I was being reprimanded or something, because before, in times past, I'd get up and search around the house and who's there or what do you want, or
right.
And finally, it just happened so much, I got accustomed to it, so I decided to ignore it. And she didn't like it too much.
Wow. What finally changed? I mean, it's not still going on, right?
No, well, we moved from there, and we moved out of town.
And when you moved, she did not follow?
She did not follow, but a couple years later, we had moved back, and when we moved out, my brother, he wasn't old enough to walk or talk yet, and we drove past the house as we were coming back into town.
Yes.
And my father goes, "Hey, we used to live there." And he goes, "My brother, you remember that place?" He goes, "Yeah, that was a house with all the monsters in it."
I appreciate the call, sir.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, and take care. Now, rarely, if ever, do you hear of somebody moving or leaving, and whatever it is, following. Therefore, that has got to be regarded, if this is really serious for you, as one solution, to getting away from it, and that is to get the hell out. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello.
All right.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Rick. I'm in Nashville.
Hello, Rick.
My story is I know it's late, but it's kind of lengthy because it entails many years.
Well, try and boil it down.
I will boil it down.
Okay.
It started when I was 8. I was staying with my grandparents for a weekend, and this was up in Massachusetts. And when I lived up there, and I was on their couch one night sleeping. My sister was in the bedroom. We would switch out. One night she'd sleep in the bed, one night I'd sleep in the bed. And I was laying there in bed one night, and it was probably 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Pitch black, and there's no lights on in the house. And I couldn't sleep that night for some reason, and I was just laying there with my eyes open, and there's this big green face that comes up in front of me.
A green face?
A very green face. It was the face of a man.
Okay.
But it was enormous. It kind of like, you picture like the Wizard of Oz type thing.
Yes.
Only
the wizard was a little runt.
Well, it ended up being a little runt. I'm talking about the big green head.
Oh, I see. The presentation of the wizard.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Well, it was similar to that, only this face spoke to me.
Oh?
Yes. And informed me that for the rest of my life, he would see to it that everything that I tried to do would fail. My kids would die. All kinds of things like that. And, of course, I was scared to death.
Holy smokes.
Well, this doesn't end there. The green face never came back. Then it was similar things as I got older.
Yeah, but what about its promise?
Oh, yeah. I'll get to that.
Okay.
As I got older, I would start being attacked physically, mainly just laying in bed, and this I would feel an evil presence, and it would, like a lot of other people, a pressure on my chest, not being able to move, not being able to scream, not being able to say anything. And, of course, I didn't know what it was, and like a lot of other people, they don't know exactly what it is. When I got married a few years ago,
yes,
I started going to church, and I started learning about things like what quote unquote demons and things like that can do, and what they're capable of, and how they're agents of the devil, and blah blah blah.
Yes.
And that answered a lot of questions for me. As far as these attacks, but the attacks didn't stop. As a matter of fact, they became, when I started going to church, they became more frequent.
More frequent.
Yes. And I went to my pastor, and it was like, how do I deal with this? And my wife.
Did you tell your pastor the whole story?
Oh yeah.
The Green Man, everything.
Oh yeah, everything. The whole 9 yards.
And how did he react?
He said, well, he was not surprised at all.
Really?
Yeah. And he said, this is what you need to do. And of course, it's like that man that called from Memphis earlier about, he had sold his soul, or experimented with selling his soul to the devil and all that. And then when he was being attacked, he tried screaming out the name of Jesus, and it didn't work.
Right.
Well, come to find out, for me, that started working.
Well, maybe if you've made your deal, so to speak, and the contract is signed, then none of the small print works.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Maybe it's like, if you sell your soul to Satan himself,
then invoking the name of Jesus is not going to help you.
Does you no good. That's right. And I just wonder, as many people as you've had on here that have these attack stories of these entities or demons or shadow people or whatever you want to call them, what percentage of those people believe in God?
I don't know. Does it surprise you, though, that we have had so many stories of physical attacks? Hardly anybody ever asked about that, so I thought I would because of a couple calls I got. But, I mean, they're just flooding in physical attacks. Does that surprise you?
Not at all.
Really?
Not at all. And the reason why I say that, of course, I'm a very, me being a Christian person, I believe in, Satan. I know he's there. I know that he's got all these, agents out there, so to speak.
Well, I guess if you begin to have some fatal disease and you're fading away on your deathbed and you see the green guy, you're going to know it went wrong.
Yeah.
I appreciate the call, sir. Thank you. That would be really unsettling, wouldn't it? To have a green guy, a big green face, tell you that your life virtually is over. That everything you try to do is going to fail. That children you bear will die. To be told that and then to begin to have it all come true. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, Art.
Yes, sir.
My name is Jason. I'm in Hermosa Beach, California.
Hi, Jason.
I'm somewhat of a Star Trek fan. I don't follow everything, but the new show Enterprise
yes.
had a strange correlation to a show that you had on, I believe it was 2 nights ago, with Dan Aykroyd and David Sarita.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Speaking of the Dropa stones and the experiments that NASA did with the tether.
And the Dropa stone-shaped craft that were miles long, and then there was a photograph taken by the lady of the Dropa.
Yes.
And yes.
Well, anyways, in this week's episode of the new Star Trek Enterprise show, the Enterprise came across an alien vessel that was on its way to a protostar. That the people that were on the vessel were going to this protostar because they believed that once every 11 years it gave off a neutron blast that represented the beginning of the universe.
Right.
So, ironically enough, in the greeting of this alien civilization, one of the members, the spokesman, gives the captain of the Enterprise a clock that looks very, very suspiciously like one of the Dropastones. It was a clear crystal type thing, but it was the same round shape with a little notch in it.
There you go.
And
You know what I think? You know what I think?
What's that?
I think that the people who write the scripts for things like Star Trek and other science fiction monitor what's really going on in the world right now.
Yes, yes.
And wouldn't it be irresistible to take a shape like that
Yes.
and weave it into your story?
Yes. And of course, this is supposed to be a future extension of NASA itself.
Yes.
Which is what really drew me to the correlation. And apparently what this guy told was that this clock charts time from the beginning of the universe. So I thought that was
very interesting.
Quite interesting.
Yes. Well, again, I really think that they take a few pages from what's really going on out there. I certainly would.
Yes.
If I were writing that kind of a story, so that may indeed be the case.
Yes, definitely.
Really neat. I appreciate that. I'm going to have to start watching that.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, you take care.
Thank you, you too.
Mm-hmm. Here we go again. First-time caller line, which is actually tonight the entity attack line. You are on the air.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Ann. I'm calling from Juneau, Alaska.
Hello, Ann, the capital of Alaska.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, I was really surprised to hear so many responses to this gal that spoke the other night.
Were you? Are you surprised to hear so many people with similar stories?
Yes, because that's been happening to me for about 18 years.
18 years?
Yes, and it started happening when I got born again. And I should mention that I'm from a...
You mean when you became a born-again Christian?
Yes. And I renounced the Indian culture, and that's when it started happening. Because I'm from a tribe that, totem poles and graven images and all these things.
Huh?
And it has never let up. And I was very encouraged by that man who said he fasted. Because it seems to me it's been laid on my heart, to fast. And I've just been afraid to.
Well, what do you make of it? I mean, how do you interpret the fact that when you became a born-again Christian, all of this came upon you?
Well, I just seem to understand. I just read the Bible, and then I understood. It seemed like my eyes were just open, like a man earlier was saying.
Yeah, but you would think thank you very much, you would think just the very opposite, that when somebody would embrace Christianity, if what a lot of Christians say, that when she embraced it, that troubles of that sort would lessen, would not magnify and not begin. A little food for thought there. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes. Art?
Yes.
Okay, this is Connie. I'm calling from Bloomington, Indiana.
Hi, Connie.
Hi. I love your show, and I'm just sitting here just with chills down my spine when the guy was speaking of the hooded figure that didn't have any face or feet or anything.
Yes, the one where he described it as gliding.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, just floating by. I had that experience, and I am just like freaking out right now because this is like so scary. it was back in the 70s, right after the Exorcist movie came out.
Right.
And I'll try to make this as brief as possible because I know this won't, you have to be quick. But this is the honest God's truth. I lived in a old house that was made into apartments in downtown Gary, Indiana. And my whole family kind of took over the apartment because whoever owned it, they abandoned it, but they had remodeled it. So it was the strangest thing, and it was broken down into like 4 apartments.
Right.
One in the front, one in the back, one in the middle, and an attic. And my sister moved in the back. Me and my mother lived in the middle. And in the front, a friend of ours that was practicing witchcraft moved down into the front. And when that person moved in, these strange things started happening in this whole apartment house. And one night in particular that this happened to me, I was out with my brother's wife, and mind you, I was only about 14, but I had gotten drunk off of tequila. And I just laid on the couch and just kind of passed out. Well, my mom had a deadbolt on the door with keys that just hung in there. And I just heard the slightest sound of these keys, and it woke me up out of a dead drunk and just being a young kid. And I went over to the door. I don't know what made me go to the door, but when I opened it, this hooded figure just glided from the stairs down, and my sister was upstairs with her boyfriend and glided down right in front of me, and I just panicked and I screamed and I slammed the door shut. And then my sister said, "Connie, is that you?" And I said, "What are you guys doing?" I said, "What was that?" She goes, "Open the door and let us in." I said, "I'm not opening this door until you get down here." I said, "What is that?" I'm yelling through the door to her.
Right.
And she said, "Just please open the door. We're on our way down." So when they got down there, they ran in. I opened the door real fast. She was as white as a sheet. Her boyfriend was Puerto Rican, and I tell you, he looked like he was an albino.
They had both seen this then also.
My sister didn't, but only he did. And it was coming up the stairs towards him. And she asked me, she goes, I said, "What was that thing I just seen?" She goes, "Wait a minute, don't say nothing." Because she wanted to verify it. So she asked him what he saw. And then he got quiet, where I couldn't hear it. And then she asked me what I saw. And she just almost literally fainted. She said, "Oh, my God," because when they were upstairs...
Separate parts of the house, both saw the same thing. She sat there and realized it was the truth.
Yes, but then strange things started happening in that house. We lived like a mile from the steel mill.
Right.
And at about 3 o'clock in the morning, every morning you'd hear this loud thumping in this house. And
where was this? Was this in Juneau?
It was in Gary, Indiana.
Gary, Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And the people the house finally just burned to the ground because it scared us so bad. There was a foul smell in there. We were always hearing noises. My sister-in-law was cussing this thing out because she'd always believed that if you cussed it out, it would leave you alone.
I'm not sure that's a sound policy.
You don't think so?
Well, well, there are others who, call out the name Jesus or something like that, but I'm not sure cussing at it would be the path I would choose, but I don't know, whatever works. I
don't know either, but I was so scared. Like I said, I was only 14, and my brother lived in Iowa, and I just started hitchhiking out of there. I moved out. I said, "Mom, I have to leave."
That was it. That was enough for you, huh?
When I seen that, and then upstairs it was raining, and my mom said, "Did you guys close the upstairs window in the apartment upstairs?"
Yes.
They heard something slide across the floor. When they went to go open the door, there was a dresser in front of the door. There was nobody up there.
Oh,
no other way to get up. There's no other way to get in that apartment, but you have to bypass the middle apartment.
Gotcha.
And I'm like, this is it. I've got to get out of here.
I don't blame you, and trust me when I tell you I would have done exactly the same thing. So many people hang in there, or worse yet, go and investigate. I'm going to try and call. Remember I told you Shelley sent me an interesting... Now she sent me a very interesting fast blast, and I'm going to see if Shelley is still awake. And if Shelley is, we're going to have her tell us her story. Let's see if Shelley's in.
Hello?
Shelley?
Yes.
It's Art Bell.
Hi, Art.
And you're on the air.
Thank you.
It was an intriguing fast blast, and so I thought I'd call you, and I just did.
Yes, in 78, in February, a spirit appeared. He was very solid. A lot of people saw him. He first appeared at our mailbox, and he was dressed like a seaman in the 1800s, like a whaler.
Yes.
And he would walk around, mostly sundowns, evenings, and people would come up to the door, especially women. He would appear suddenly at them. Never hurt them, but just startled them. So he took a liking to teasing people, scratching on the window. He'd open the curtains and there he'd be, and then he'd disappear, grab you in the middle of the night, or you'd walk to the bathroom and bump into him, and he'd laugh and disappear. So...
Well, I'll tell you, that'll ruin a bathroom trip.
It wakes you up.
Yeah, no doubt.
So this went on for about 6 months. And on and off, he would appear, disappear, not hurt anybody, though. So one night, I'm home alone. I make myself a sandwich, leave the knife and the food on the stove, go take my bath. I'm watching a horror movie in the middle of the night.
Of course.
All the lights go off. Both front door and back door blow open.
Blow open.
Yeah, they just at the same time, and they were locked.
Oh, great.
And so I figure, okay, the lights go out, the phone's dead. I go, okay, fuse. I'm going to go out and change the fuses.
What part about a fuse blew open the doors?
I didn't want to ask that at that point. I just wanted to get the lights on.
Right.
So I went out there, I went to the fuse box, and the fuses had been unscrewed and dropped onto the ground. So at this point, I'm hoping it's a physical person that's doing this, and I decided to go back into the house after I got the lights back on, lock the doors, and the butcher knife's gone.
Oh, man.
And my phone's still dead.
Oh, brother.
So now I know he's got a knife.
And he's there.
And he's there. And so I barricaded myself against a wall until somebody came home. And so a few nights later, now he's let me think that he's just going to put the knife somewhere and scare me. So I don't know what he's going to do. Weeks later, I'm asleep.
Yes.
I get awakened in the middle of the night by something grabbing my arm so tightly that it hurt. You wake up, ow!
Yeah.
It was so cold and wet, and I jumped up and I screamed. And I turned on the light, and I heard him laugh, and he disappeared. And my arm was covered, like somebody had dipped their hands in blood and put their hands on me. So my whole arm was covered in blood.
Oh, my God.
So I didn't know if he had cut me with a knife, or you're half awake.
Yeah, sure, you could think I've been cut, yeah.
Run to the bathroom, wash myself off, and I just had bruises, just like it's a handprint.
Right.
So I'm startled. I get shook. I said, okay, you know what? You're not bugging me. I'm going to go back to bed. I go back to bed, and there's a butcher knife in my pillow.
There's a butcher knife in your pillow?
The same
oh, my
one
God.
he took.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
man.
And then...
I'd be so out of there.
Well, no, I just said, it's either me or you. You're going
Obviously.
or I'm going.
Yeah,
one of us is going, and the next night I was writing some poetry, and it felt like somebody grabbed my hand, and he wrote his name. Thomas Jodo.
Thomas Jodo?
And I said, okay, what will it take to get you out of here? What the heck do you want?
Yes.
And he wrote horses.
Horses?
Horses, of all things. I'm thinking this is some sort of drama here, and he writes horses. In my head, I hear a voice. An Irish brogue, and he tells me that he was a whaler. First, he had been somebody who groomed horses somewhere in Ireland, joined a whaling vessel, made money, heard about the gold fever in California, went to California, and died on the ground where my house was. In a fight, a knife fight, somebody had killed him.
Holy smokes.
So he said he wanted horses. He loved horses. He'd give me horses and I'll leave you alone.
And so?
I'm in Fresno, and I'm saying, okay. Well, I remember my mother had a friend who had inherited his brother's farm, and he had a corral and a barn. So I'm thinking, okay, I got to get this guy out of here. So I tell you, I told him, you go to Wayne's house, because he's not living there, because he couldn't. His brother had committed suicide, and he couldn't live on the property. He had a security guard out there. I said, you go to the barn at Wayne's house, and I'll get you horses somehow. Don't ask me how. Just go. And he said, if you don't, I'll come back. So without telling Wayne, I sent this ghost over there. Well, Wayne had seen this man on the property, and the night watchman was scared to death. And so Wayne had seen this man come out of the barn. And he came over to him, and he was a big, tall man, like I described to my mom, big, tall man, dressed as a seaman.
Yes.
And he says, "What's your name?" And he says, "My name's Thomas Chodo." And he goes, "What are you doing here?" And he goes, "I've come to take care of the horses." And he goes, "What horses?" And he says, "Shelley promised me horses."
Yes.
And he turned his back and walked into the barn. Wayne follows him into the barn, and there's nobody there. So then Wayne calls my mom and says, "What's going on? Who's this guy that Shelley promised horses to?" So Mom explained the story. So Wayne had a friend who needed to board horses. So he told a friend, "Put your horses in my corral, bring your hay, leave them there for a while. I'll give you some free space," because he wanted to see what was going to happen.
Yes.
The guy came back the next morning and said, "Well, if your night watchman's going to take care of my horses and feed them and water them, I want to pay him for it." So Wayne goes back to the watchman. The watchman says, "I don't know what's going on. There's lights in the barn. These horses are going in and out of the barn by themselves. I hear water. I hear food. I'm not going near the place to quit the job." But the horses have been brushed, fed, and watered.
Ay, ay, ay.
So Wayne I told him, "Give him Irish whiskey." He put Irish whiskey out there. It disappeared. He didn't like the way the ghost, he says, "If I'm going to have a ghost, he's really ratty looking. I'm going to get him some new clothes."
All right, we're way short on time here.
Well, it ended with him moving into the house across the street that Wayne owned. It had a widow's walk, like this New England and Irish homes, you know. And he stayed there.
And he stayed there.
With the horses.
That's some story, hon. Thank you very much. And with that, I think we'll call it a wrap. That's it for me from the high desert. I'm Art Bell.
From the high desert, the great American Southwest, kind of a midpoint for what we're about to do. I bid you good morning from the Hawaiian and Tahitian Islands, all the way across this great nation to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, southwest into South America, north to the pole. This is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. And I'm going to do something in a few minutes I've wanted to do now for quite some time. Number one, Richard Hoagland is back. We've got him with us this morning. Richard Hoagland, a NASA consultant, science advisor to Walter Cronkite, Houston Science Award winner in New York, is with us. He knows more now about the TSS Untethered Satellite Project, and he thinks it's related to heart. Many time zones away. I've also got Dr. Nick Beggett, author of Angels Don't Play This Harp, and I thought it high time that I get them together. So we're going to do that here in just a moment. It should be very interesting. All right, I want to remind him. Just two more little items. One is, Vivian is now up, and those of you who call, I've got a little photograph here of the untethered satellite glowing, as Richard would say, like a giant exclamation point in space. And those who call on Vivian this morning, I will try to hold that photograph up for you so you can see it. This Reuters story just cleared the wire, and it's on AP as well. Computer glitches are creating problems for the Space Shuttle Columbia. The glitch is in a computer system that relays information from the shuttle's landing systems to its onboard computers. It means the shuttle flight might have to land at its backup landing site at Edwards Air Force Base in California Friday, rather than Kennedy in Florida. NASA says the crew is not in danger. NASA prefers to land in Florida to save the expense of ferrying the shuttle from the West Coast back to its Florida base. So they're talking about a Friday landing now, possibly at Edwards, and that is the latest news that I've got hot off the wire. Now, let's see if we can do what we want to do here. Let's go to New York. Richard Hoagland, are you there? I am here. Good. Let's now see if we can go to Alaska and connect with Dr. Nick Beggett. Are you there, Doctor? Yes, I am. Can you hear each other? Yeah, I can hear Nick fine. Okay. We're in this. Amazing what technology can do. It is when you consider that not only are you two now speaking across zillions of miles and time zones, but you're also worldwide on the internet. Yeah, it's amazing. Listen, gentlemen, I would just like to hear, you two are just meeting each other for the first time, so I'd kind of like to sit back and hear an exchange between you. And Richard, I would think you might want to start. I know you've got a lot of late news and things to fill us in on, since you and I have missed each other for a few days here.
Yes. Well, all right. To kind of catch up on where we are, we have a shuttle about to come home, hopefully with 7 astronauts in good health when they land. We don't exactly know at this hour. I've got CNN here with the sound down, so I can, relay any late bulletins. We don't know whether they're going to pick the Cape or Edwards. It's left very much up in the air. Since our last shows, what has happened is a lot of grassroots folks in Alaska, in particular a couple that I like to single out, Jan Eller and Richard Lamp, have been providing me documentation of what we suspected, but did not have the paperwork to prove on the last show that we did, namely a traceable, paper trail connection between this civilian project, this pure scientific research project on the shuttle called the Tethered Satellite, and a military project that has rather interesting implications and permutations that I'm sure Nick will fill us in on, in Alaska called HARP. Since our last conversation, Art, we now have an unequivocal connection between these two projects. And what's interesting to me is that normally when we were conducting military operations with the space shuttle, what the DoD would do would be to basically commandeer a flight. They would put up either a optical observation satellite, a radar observation satellite, or some other set of experiments. They would basically put a news blackout over the mission. The mission was announced as a military mission. Even the launch time was kept secret, although that's kind of silly because all the reporters just hung out at the bars at, Cocoa Beach and just watched out the windows to see when the thing was going to leave. It's kind of hard to launch a shuttle in secret, so that never made much sense. And, everybody kind of played this game that, okay, there's certain things they're doing we're not supposed to know, and there were speculations in the press, and the New York Times, and John Pike would come on from the American Federation of Scientists and, extol and importune that, this money was being wasted on things that now the Cold War was over that weren't really needed. Well, that's all fine and good, but at least we knew that there was a military project underway and that NASA was basically providing the truck. With this particular mission, it really is beginning to look more and more, and I know that I'm speculating here, but it's looking more and more from the paperwork. So what we had was a military mission masquerading under the guise of a civilian, purely scientific research project. And they got away from them.
Well, all right. Dr. Beggett, isn't that kind of what you think HARP is?
It's the same word game. It's the same.
Well, all right. Dr. Beggett, isn't that kind of what you think HARP is?
It's the same word game. It's the same way they've characterized this program. Purely research, scientific research, no military mission, and yet when when anyone looks at the documents, we've all seen that by this stage of the game, they clearly see it's a joint project by the Navy and Air Force, and what has come out on this tether is certainly getting more and more interesting as the days wear on. Well, I want to give proper credit to Bruce De Palma, who, when I sent him some of the NASA paperwork, and he started doing the calculations, he realized that, if you want to generate power with a 13-mile-long piece of wire, this is a very inefficient way to do it. But that it would make one dang good low-frequency antenna. In fact, it would be a very low-frequency, ELF, extreme low-frequency antenna, dangling, 200 miles up more or less, aimed straight down as a dipole, always toward the center of the Earth. And the more I looked into the HARP literature and what Bruce had come up with in terms of his speculations, the more I realized that this thing really seemed to have a double duty. And in fact, the power generation aspect almost was window dressing, PR. And I will give you an example of how kind of silly the so-called power generation excuse that has been presented to us seems to be. We have an 1,100-pound satellite, the satellite itself, built by the Italian Space Agency. It's crammed with all kinds of things which, I don't know how 4 experiments can weigh 1,100 pounds. We sent probes to Jupiter and Saturn where the instrumentation weighs 10 pounds, 15 pounds, 5 pounds. What kind of scientific gear would they have crammed into this thing to weigh 1,100 pounds, gentlemen? That's the first question. The next question is, if you're going to be using a satellite deployed from the shuttle to generate electric power, then why have we been hearing for the last week that the batteries were dead? Wouldn't it make sense if you were going to perform an experiment to generate power, that you would put a circuit on board the satellite so the power that you generated could be used to recharge the batteries? Of course. To demonstrate proof of principle? I mean, nowhere in this, either in the cargo bay of the shuttle or in the satellite, is there one piece of equipment designed to capture the power that's been generated.
All right, can we go back to basics for a second? Here we've got this long tether out there.
13 miles of it.
Yeah. Do the two of you agree that the length of the tether would lend itself to the acceptance of or the receiving of something from HARP?
Oh, unquestionably. It is a 13-mile-long tuned resonator. If you irradiate it, let's break in anytime you want, but if you irradiate this thing dangling in what's called the S layer of the ionosphere, moving around the Earth every 90 minutes at roughly 17,500 miles an hour, if you irradiate it from a transmitter anywhere on the Earth with the appropriate frequency that matches the impedance and the size of the antenna,
right,
which is roughly 13 to 14 kilohertz, all right, that's the primary frequency, then this little dipole, this 13-mile-long dipole, this wire hanging straight down, will re-radiate like crazy in resonance to that incoming electromagnetic energy being beamed to it literally from any place on the Earth. Because of the low frequency, if the transmitter, let's say, was the HARP transmitter located in Alaska at roughly 62 degrees north and 145 degrees west.
Is that about right, Doctor?
Yes. Because of the trapping properties and ducting waveguide properties of the ionosphere, which acts basically like a radio mirror, those very, very, very low frequency radio waves will literally bounce their way around the curvature of the Earth until they cross this antenna, which then will resonate with them wondrously and will re-radiate them in a spherical pattern straight down over whatever it happens to be passing over at that moment in its orbit around the Earth. Which is where the orbit itself becomes a very interesting thing to look at, which, of course, in the last 3 days, we have been looking at it. And the orbit is passing over some very interesting things, and the most interesting thing for me, Nick, is it's passing directly every 90 minutes. Well, actually, only for one period of time every 90 minutes, and then it would come back over a period of a week, and it would pass over it again, because the orbit is not constant. It is shifting backwards because of some complexities of celestial mechanics. But for a time period, let's say a window, for a day or so, this spacecraft, this antenna, will pass directly over the Great Pyramid of Giza. And I think that's what they're looking for. Because, I know you don't know this, but you're going to have one heck of an aha experience. The sighting of the HARP transmitter at 62 north and 145 west is perfect for the hyperdimensional connection to probing the Giza Plateau from Alaska.
Now, I guess we need to touch Nick up a little bit. Nick, are you familiar with Richard's hyperdimensional physics at all?
No, I'm not.
All right. It goes to...
Well, it's not Richard, it's actually Maxwell. All I am is kind of...
Maxwell's mouth.
James Maxwell. James Burke Maxwell.
Yeah, I said Maxwell's mouth. That's right. In other words, you're saying that this antenna, glowing as it is, and it is incredibly glowing, is glowing because of a power source, HARP, or power that is there?
Not necessarily, all right? The reason it's glowing, and this is where I think that the guys who planned this did not understand what they were dealing with. They're looking at a combination of brilliance and dumbness. You know, arrogance and stupidity, all in one package, all right? These people think they're God because there are no checks and balances. They've been getting away for the last 50 years with carrying out an increasing series of escalating experiments all over the earth with unlimited money, without accountability in the Congress, and they think they can do anything, and this finally has fit them in a very delicate part of their anatomy. What happened on Sunday night to the astronauts was not supposed to happen. All right? What is happening now with the tether was not supposed to happen. What they have not realized is that by putting a 13-mile-long direct short between two layers of the ionosphere, and the fact that the Earth is driving a hyperdimensional generator and generating enormous currents, both in terms of voltage and amperage down that wire, they have created a visible symbol of their playing around with forces that are bigger than all of it. And that may or may not be interfering with their purpose, which was to do some clandestine experiments with nobody noticing. The scenario that I proposed that they had planned was that after the day of experiments with the shuttle, where they talk about generating power and doing all that stuff, they were supposed to reel the tethered satellite back into the cargo bay by, basically reversing the fishing line, model here. And I am proposing that they would have announced that, oh, whoops, we have a problem, Houston. We can't reel it back in. And then Houston would have said, well, gentlemen, you obviously have to go to Plan B, jettison the tethered satellite. Mm-hmm. And they would have tossed the antenna and the satellite and the wire and the towers out of the payload bay so they could close the doors and come home. And this thing would have been left there in Earth orbit with them safely on the way home, and nobody would ever have even noticed or questioned that, in fact, it was not dead, Jim. It was providing its own power, and it was going to perform a series of experiments without anybody noticing. But something happened. Serendipity stepped in. And on Friday night at 7:30 Central Standard Time, as it was about to cross the equator at the terminator, precisely at sunset, somebody in their brilliance had the computer open the circuit for 4 minutes so that an enormous voltage, maybe 100, 200, 300,000 volts, built up in this 13-mile-long wire. And it zapped over to the ground at the shuttle, frying the tether, melting it in space, which pulled apart like taffy. You can see that on the close-up TV.
No, I don't want to stop you there because we talked about this the other night on the radio without your presence, Richard. And I said, look, I've seen the tether where it was separated, and I couldn't see any char marks. Then I added, well, maybe in space you don't char when you burn. And you said, but it pulled apart like taffy, which means, in essence, as plastic does, virtually melted. It melted, and cleanly so, and when you look at it, it looks like it melted.
Now, the Kevlar did discolor. There is a kind of an orangish, darkish area on one side on the enhanced photos that I've been able to grab from CNN. We have some very sophisticated, imaging equipment here, and we've been able to take some of these and look at them. But it looks exactly like if you were to take a piece of plastic, let's say a soda straw, and hold it in a candle flame and pour it apart. You get a very thin set of strands before it broke. The point is that when that event happened, it generated one heck of a spark with God knows how much amperage. Remember, Tesla used to play around with millions and millions of volts, but the amperage was nothing. That's why he could play with it and hold light bulbs in his hands and have it play around his hair and his fingers and all that. If you put any amperage is simply electrons, numbers of electrons, together with voltage, which is pressure. You put those two together and you have potentially a deadly combination. And in essence, what I think happened is that a little bomb went off in that payload bay at the top of that tower. An electromagnetic bomb, because you basically had a direct short. It leaked across from the tether to the shuttle. And in space with no air, just the F layer of the atmosphere, which is very thin up there, it had to have been hundreds of thousands of volts to jump that, couple, 3, 4 feet. At which point, all hell literally broke loose in that shuttle. And that's why they sounded so panicked.
Including the crashing of the computer, no doubt, that they've just figured out has crashed.
Well, I think what we can reasonably extrapolate, even from known physics, is that if you have a huge electric arc discharge, relatively close to very sensitive solid-state electronic devices, you wind up with a lot of computers going, ah!
Yeah, sure. Anybody who walks across the room touches their computer at the wrong time knows about that. All right, listen, Richard, we're at the bottom of the hour. When we come back, we'll turn to Dr. Nick Davis for a moment and get his take on HAARP, what HAARP is, and how HAARP might be connected, or could be connected, or whether it is connected. And I've got a feeling they agree on that, to what's going on in space right now.
Call Art Bell toll-free west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. This is the CBC Radio Network.
It absolutely is. And I wish you all a good morning. Art, CNN just reported that the Central Columbia will attempt to land at 5 a.m. this morning. That's Pacific time. Martin in Albuquerque reporting that, but not telling us where it's going to land. I would imagine at that hour it would be Florida, you would think, or maybe not necessarily so at all. So we don't know yet where it's coming down. I guess we've got time. In a moment, back to Dr. Nick Begich and Richard Pogler, separated by many a time zone. New York, Alaska, brought together here in the desert for you and the rest of the country. Why wait? If you suffer, all you're calling for now is a free videotape. 1-800-448-5700. All right, now, back to my two guests, Richard Hoagland and Dr. Nick Begich. And Dr. Begich, if you could give a very quick overview of what HAARP is, what you know about it, that would help a lot of listeners that are new to all this, I'm sure.
See, HAARP is a joint venture between the Air Force and Navy. It is a program operating in Alaska. It is an extremely large radio frequency power, 1 billion watts of power. And what is happening at this point is it's going into a number of tests this year. In fact, a test beginning March 16th will be testing Earth-penetrating thermography applications, which will be operating in the ELF range, in the low frequency range, by modulating the ionosphere, which is exactly what Richard has been talking about. Can I interrupt you for a sec? Oh, certainly. This spacecraft, the untethered satellite now, has a limited lifetime. It is going to slowly circle the Earth and spiral in and ultimately burn up in the atmosphere because of atmospheric drag as well as the electromagnetic drag on this huge antenna. It's coming down. Magnetic drag on this huge antenna. It's coming down, a few feet every day. So it has a limited life. One of the things I was looking at is the coincidence between these new high-powered tests of HAARP in Alaska and the projected half-life of the satellite up there before it re-enters and is no longer of use. And this idea of a date between the 16th and the 22nd, which is a date that I've been given where apparently the FAA is warning pilots not to depend on satellite locator beacons during this period of time.
Really?
Yep. This is the test sequence, and this, of course, is when, if my information on the orbit is correct, our little friendly 13-mile-long glowing satellite up there will be passing directly over the Giza Plateau. What we have gotten recently that, while I was out of town this last couple of weeks, I've gotten one of our people that have heard us on the air before sent us a document called HUD Research and Applications, and it's an executive summary from June of 95. Yeah, I just got it myself. Yeah, very interesting in terms of laying out the electrical potential in the locations affected by HARP. And there's a number of... This is produced by the Technical Information Division of the Naval Research Laboratory in Washington, D.C. Right. That's exactly right. And this document, really starts to tie. If you look at it carefully, you can see, in fact, on page 11 of this document, it shows sort of the area that might be affected by this transmitter, which is much larger than I originally thought was possible at this power level. But it certainly crosses the path of this orbiting tether. And so, I don't disagree with anything that you said, Richard. I think it does hook it together. And looking at, the scientific mix, the fact that, I believe you sent to me just a little while ago.
Well, I relayed it. I did that.
Okay, the T. Bernhardt, that's underlined. The other name that's on the USA team on that organizing committee is a man named Inan who works in Stanford, I believe. But he is also tied to the HARP project, and in fact, he was the person that discovered that by when DLF frequencies strike the coupling point between magnetosphere and ionosphere, it creates that amplification effect of up to 1,000 times and causes an electron particle rain over the area.
Wow!
And this was done with standard DLF transmitters, nothing with power potential of a HARP-type transmitter. So, if you look at, that particular individual's discovery of that, along with another scientist done really well during Antarctic work, and his tie to this project, they very well know what potentials, are available, and what they're looking at in this newer HARP document that we received, is this idea that the amount of power used, the way it's described on page 5 of that document is the auroral electrodynamic circuit carries towards the Earth 0.1 to 1 million megawatts of power, equivalent to 100 to 1,000 large power plants. Yeah, of course, the question is, where's that power coming from? And in our model, that is hyperdimensionally generated power because of the Faraday homopolar generator effect. Which, of course, raises the specter of who has known what. And there's the 7 guys up there who, experienced this rather interesting event last Sunday night. Were they clued in or were they not clued in?
I think it is your belief, Richard, that 1 or 2, or who knows how many astronauts may be well aware of what's going on and part of the experiment, and the others out in the cold.
Yeah, that's basically. Well, see, this is a pattern we're seeing in NASA as a whole. As you know, in the last 13 years, we've been looking at a series of NASA imagery, starting at Mars and moving toward the moon. Now we're finding that what we have is a NASA within a NASA. We have most of the system that doesn't understand what's been going on, and a tidy cadre of people inside who are manipulating data, manipulating communications, manipulating people to get them to do things that they are not even aware that they're doing for those who they're doing it for, who they have implicit trust in, but who are not leveling with them about all the implications.
That's really interesting because, Dr. Begich, you believe the same thing is probably true about the HARP project itself on the ground, don't you?
Absolutely. And when you look at, the thing that's come up on your show before is, what frequency range is this operating within?
Yeah, let's talk about that.
And I've got, I'm going to quote from the document. It's pretty interesting and revealing because it's sort of the two-sided sword of the word, and what the actual frequency range is transmitter But let me read what it says. It says, by exploring the properties of the auroral ionosphere as an active, nonlinear medium, the primary energy of the HF transmitter the coherent low-frequency ranges, its low-frequency waves spanning 5 decades, as well as upconverted to infrared and visible photons. And it says, as a result of the heart HF transmitter can generate sources for remote sensing and communication spanning 16 decades in frequency. So although the transmitter is limited, what it's capable of affecting is quite large. And what they have diagrammed below this, it's on page 6 of that document, is visible, which is all the way at one end of the spectrum, all the way down to ultra-low frequency below 1 hertz. On the other hand,
below 1 hertz. Right. Now, my understanding of the way HARP works is that there's a very, very large antenna farm. I've got photographs of it that produces a very wide signal where it begins, but where it hits the ionosphere, or where they want it to hit the ionosphere, it's a very narrow, very powerful beam. In other words, it operates in the exact opposite way most antennas arrays would operate. And we'll get to all that in just a moment. Always and one, it's a very strange night tonight. Friday night, Saturday morning. Talk radio. Sometimes, folks. If you just sort of let it go and you explore what seems interesting to explore, you get into some really weird areas. That's Art Bell at AOL.com. No spaces in there. And if you can send it as a JPG or GIF file, that would be preferable. So Art Bell at AOL.com. And we'll take the best of the photographs and we will share them with everybody else. Maybe we'll even put them on video. This was one of the oddest interviews I've ever done. I've been cut off by the phone company arbitrarily in the past. I don't think this was arbitrary, and I think I was intentionally cut off. And each time that I tried to reach back across the country, I couldn't get a line. That is to say, I got a line, and when I would dial out, I simply got a message saying there were no available lines. Please try again. So, it may have to do with the incoming phone traffic, but I have never been cut off that way that many times in that short a span before. I think it was intentional. And I don't make these statements lightly. Then there is this. This just came in. CNN just reported 200 dead in a remote area of Indonesia, and they're saying it is from the flu? Bill in San Diego. Again, this is from Bill. I cannot confirm beyond this. Obviously, I would like some confirmation from you. 200 dead in a remote area of Indonesia from the flu, and he puts that in quotes, so I have absolutely no idea what's going on there. And if I can find it, here it is. One more time, those of you with critical information regarding the story we began to follow yesterday, and then kind of exploded tonight. Richard Hoagland's fax number is area code 201-271-1703. 201-271-1703. Now, on unrelated subjects, the brothers to the rescue are on their way back to Cuba today. Now, I told you what would happen, and it is happening. 1 week after 2 light planes were shot down near Cuba, the brothers to the rescue is about to return today, ostensibly to lay a wreath in the water in honor of the dead. A flotilla of boats, brothers to the rescue, and 2 more aircraft will participate. This will occur about 17 miles off the Cuban coast, where it is still controversial, but the oil slick was present from the planes that the MiG-29 shot down. Now, here's what I told you would happen, and it is happening. They will not be alone. Escorting them is going to be the Coast Guard, which will send 4 cutters and 4 patrol boats. Coast Guard aircraft as well will be on the scene, and in the background, if needed, U.S. warplanes, F-15s, 16s, from Homestead Air Force Base will be on standby alert. And I told you the president would do this, having no choice. The U.S. government has officially warned Cuba and the brothers as well. The president signed what's called an executive state of emergency, allowing enforcement of peaceful travel in international waters. Why he had to do that, I don't know. I thought international waters were free to travel in without the need of executive orders, but that's what NBC said. Cuba says, if provoked, it will respond. Could Castro be dumb enough to send his MiGs back out again? And if so, what do you expect will occur? A couple of other items that I've got to get on the air. This one blew me away. Do you remember when Jerry Adams, the head of the IRA's political wing, was invited to Washington? Do you remember that? And I bitched about it at the time. I mean, here you've got a terrorist, killer, being invited into the U.S. You remember that? You know, everybody said there's going to be peace with Britain, and there was a chance for peace, and so he came over, and there was peace for a little while, and then the IRA recently began blowing things up in a very bloody fashion once again. Remember that? Last few days, you've seen the photographs, right? The bus in Israel, blown into smithereens. They were picking parts of Israeli people out of the metal. Well, guess what? This one goes down as, can you believe it? Jerry Adams has just been granted a 3-month visa to come to the U.S. by President Clinton. Oh, they say, well, the president was going to meet with him. But the political head of the IRA's political wing, or the head of it, coming to this country right after these bombings? What in God's name is going on? And if that one is not enough for you, if that's not enough of a head shaker, try and figure this one out. The international war on drugs was high on the president's agenda today. Excuse the pun. How can this be? Colombia, a nation that we know for sure has the cartels and generates most of the cocaine that traverses by air, sea, or land to the U.S. Colombia has been given a failing grade, and that means that they're going to have U.S. aid cut off. More than a hand slap, they're going to lose a lot of money. Colombia gets an F, and they lose U.S. aid. Okay? Until you look at Mexico. The Justice Department just said of Mexico, and I quote, "No country in the world poses a more immediate narcotics threat to the U.S., the United States, than does Mexico," end quote. That is from our own State Department. Mexico, which is said to be a bigger problem, drug-wise, than Colombia, passed with flying colors, will continue to get aid, even though, again quoting, Mexico is America's biggest cocaine supplier. They passed with flying colors. The president apparently has declined to do anything at all to Mexico because Mexico's economy is too fragile. And Mexico, being adjacent to our border, is, quote, too important to us, end quote. If this isn't the craziest, nonsensical foreign policy that I've ever seen in my whole life, I don't know what is. So, we care about Colombia, which is generating drugs that are coming up here, enough to cut them off completely. Because they're not on our border, because their economy is otherwise perhaps okay. But Mexico, which by the government's own words, is a much bigger problem, passes, and we lie to ourselves and say they're not a problem. My God! What is wrong with this country? What is wrong with the people in Washington that they could even consider doing anything like this? The hypocrisy apparently is cannot be too big for them. All right, one more item, and then we'll get to the phones here. It is, of course, the primary. Yeah, we'll hit a little politics here. The primary today in South Carolina, nation's first Southern primary, and it is interesting because the results of it may well, in my opinion, eliminate Lamar Alexander. It may be his last hurrah. I've got a late Reuters poll for you in South Carolina. Steve Forbes can obviously hang in there. Bob Dole has kind of got to win, and may well. Pat Buchanan is hoping for an upset, and he's got to prove to people that he's still in the race. And then what occurred in Arizona was just an unhappy mistake. And he's still in the race. And the big Mo is, still with him. Let me give you the latest I've got. Earlier in the week, a Georgia poll shows Dole with 31%, Buchanan 23%, that's a pretty big delta, Lamar Alexander 16%, and the winner of Arizona, Forbes, with just 6% in single digits. So Lamar has a bit of a home field advantage. Forbes doesn't seem to be carrying very much interest in the South. Always the possibility of the wild card Buchanan doing it to Dole. If Dole were to lose in Georgia, for example, and South Carolina, he'd be in trouble. I think Buchanan is right. The Dole candidacy would disintegrate rather quickly. So this from Georgia. But check it out. Coming up next week after South Carolina, 9 primaries next week alone. 9. So this whole thing is going to shake out very quickly. Alan Keyes, eliminated from most recent debates, is so angry, and Alan Keyes, by the way, is probably the most articulate, save Pat Buchanan, who is also very articulate, but Alan Keyes is just tremendous to listen to. He's on a hunger strike. He's so angry that until they allow him to debate, he's not eating. Can you imagine that? All right, to the phones. By the way, if you want a copy of last night's program, a very important program with Richard Hoagland, or tonight's program, a very important and very strange program, one of the stranger ones I've done on radio, and I've done some pretty weird ones. You can get copies. You do have copies at 1-800-917-4278. Let me give that to you again. This is strange stuff tonight. 1-800-917-4278. So I think I've got one other thing I've got to get on. We're going to have a book signing on March 16th in Oregon, in Portland, Oregon. And it's going to be at about high noon at the Oregon Convention Center in Portland, beginning officially at about high noon. It'll be interesting because we will have done at that point a show with Richard the previous night. Get done with the show, get on an airplane, go up to Portland, and we'll be doing a book signing. The only one I'm ever going to do, save the books I'm going to sign on our cruise. This will be the only book signing I ever do. So it's a one-shot affair. Hope to see you there. In the meantime, if you want a copy of my book, either the hardcover version, The Art of Talk, which is just selling like crazy now, and so thank you all, or the audio copy of my book, which is now out, just out. When you order either one of them, you get this very special 5x7 color photograph of me, which I have signed in a gold pen. It's really quite pretty. And is quite fameable. It actually appeared on the front page in the LA Times calendar section when they did the story. You can get it now, but I don't know for how much longer. All right? Here's what I want you to do. When you call the number I'm about to give, ask the operator if you're going to get the special edition. If she says yes, that means you will get a copy of that photograph free of charge with either one of the books you order. And if she says no, that means supplies have been exhausted, and then you won't be angry at me. So you be sure and ask the operator, please. The number is 1-800-864-7991. That's 1-800-864-7991. And again, I promise you, we will get to the bottom of the story on this satellite. Weird stuff. And we will get photographs, and we will share them with you. West of the Rockies, you're on air.
Yeah. Alex, this is Nighthawk from IRC. We're wondering if you could give out that URL for the satellite pictures.
I've got about 1 million of them here now, my friend. I really can't. If you didn't get it, you read it twice. I didn't get it all either.
No, it's the one you got in on the fax that you asked for someone to send to your email.
Oh, yes. It's in a pile of papers about 1 mile high. I'll see if I can dredge it out.
They're all wanting it, Art.
I know. I'll see what I can do. I can't make any promises. I've got about 1,000 faxes here that have come in, so I'll try and go through it at the top of the hour and dredge it out.
Very good, Art. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And by the way, are the people on the URL, have they made it over to the real audio section? Are they talking about that at all?
Yes, they have. I've tried it. Some of the audio feed sometimes seems a bit low.
Well, they're working on it. I mean, this is up within the last 2 days or something.
It's a pretty neat deal. People can actually hear you now where they don't get full coverage of the show.
Well, there is that here in the U.S., and then, as you well know, it's worldwide.
Right.
So they can be listening in London. All right, my friend, thank you very much. I'll see if I can get that fax out. This is CBC. Thank you. 727 now. And here I am. Oh, I have an idea. You guys know me. This could really be fun. As you know, well, we'll get to that in a minute. We're going to go international here in a minute. I don't know why I didn't think of this before, but we're going to do it. Listen, what you're hearing right now is Crusoe. It's called Crusoe. C-U-S-E. It's a lot of the bumper.
I just have a couple questions here. I'm wondering if Cuba may not be just a distraction, and that maybe we ought to be looking to Harp here tomorrow in the next few days, or if maybe...
No, if you think that, look, Saturday is going to be a big news day. It usually isn't, but Saturday we've got the primary, and we've got this thing going on in Cuba. And all eyes are going to be either in one direction or the other. Certainly not up, if you follow me.
Right. Yeah, I'm wondering if it's a chance to check out our new tethered weaponry.
I can't say it's weaponry, but I can certainly say, based on what Hoagland said and 1 million faxes here, it said that something's going on.
Okay. My name is Jim, by the way. I'm listening out of Kansas City.
KCMO?
Right.
Thank you, Jim, and thanks, KCMO.
All right, thanks, Art.
Take care. So, there you got it. I feel as Jim feels, there is something going on, and the news focus is going to be on the primaries. The news focus is going to be on Cuba. And properly so, these are events worthy of coverage. But it's going to make it awfully easy not to cover some other things. If you suffer from headaches, neck aches, sports injuries, low back discomfort, arthritis, rheumatism, bursitis, menstrual pain, joint pain, any kind of pain, let me tell you about Laprina. No more waiting for pain relievers to kick in, no more settling for alternative pain relievers because your system is aspirin sensitive. Just spray on Laprina topical aspirin and enjoy soothing relief without side effects. It really is that easy, and it works. It actually penetrates the skin right down to where the pain is. Remember the name Laprina. That's Laprina. And we're hearing a lot about this remarkable product, believe me. I've used Laprina on my bad back, and the fast-acting results are truly amazing. Spray it on, the pain's gone. Some pain sufferers are calling the almost instant results miraculous, but you cannot get it at your local drugstore. If you want fast-acting topical pain relief, just order Laprina by calling 1-800-308-4565. That's 1-800-308-4565. The truly reasonable cost is a bargain for this revolutionary new product. And when you call, be sure and ask the folks at Health Naturally how you can get Laprina at an even greater savings. Call 1-800-308-4565. Just spray it on and the pain is gone. It really does work, as a matter of fact. Again, we're holding open one line, please, for international calls only, whether it be by the internet or by one of our very powerful affiliates. It is area code 702-727-1222, 702-727-1222, and everybody in this country and Canada and Mexico has got to give us a break here and let these people internationally try to get through. And then there's this. Dear Art, I also heard on Togo about the 200 people dead from the, again in quotes, flu in some remote islands in Indonesia. The report compared it to a similar incident that occurred in Africa last year. This is another very weird report, folks. Good morning. You're on the air. Where are you calling from, please?
Kodiak, Alaska.
Okay, sir. Well, we're trying to hold this line. We're trying to hold this line open for international calls.
I see. I thought maybe I was out far enough for that to be applicable, but apparently not.
No. Thank you very much. We're very happy to hear from you in Kodiak. But we are trying to reach way out. Europe, the Pacific, South America, in other words, points way out. And so we're holding that line open for people way out there. Area code 702-727-1222. Good morning. Where are you calling from, please?
McMinnville, Oregon. I just wanted to...
Okay, well, no, sorry. That's on our international line. West of the Rockies, you're on here. Hello.
I have a question about your cruise.
Yes.
When you're gone, are you going to be repeat on the radio? Is you going to be repeating on the cruise?
Oh, we haven't decided yet. You know, it's still...
how long is that cruise going to be?
It's going to be August 3rd. It's a 12-day cruise.
I hate to have a repeat all that time.
Well, I doubt you will.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, you're welcome. Goodbye. Wildcard line, you're on here.
Yeah, the stuff with Richard Hoagland?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I kind of deja vu a couple of years ago with the Mars Observer.
It really is. It's reminiscent of that, isn't it?
And the book I got that I'm holding now, The Monuments to Mars,
yes,
I bought it 1 week before the Mars Observer went out. And I was so excited about the Mars Observer was headlined on U.S. News and World Report as approaching Mars, and it did a small article about Hoagland in it. And I was showing people pictures of his book and what was in it and saying they've either got to show it or cover it up.
Yes.
And lo and behold, they covered it up.
Well, that, of course, is also the opinion of Richard Hoagland, as you're well aware. And I have no way of knowing. I'm not a scientist. I'm slightly technically inclined.
Just a note, I am taking an astronomy class at Palomar.
Yes, sir.
And in their observatory, or that is, what is it, not observatory where you go to see the programs and stuff. And I'm taking it seriously for the first time. I was very skeptical that they would. They were talking about the planets, etc., and they actually showed a slide of the face, and they made the comment at the end, is there life or not, or has there been? And so the mainstream is starting to take it seriously.
I appreciate your call, sir. Thank you. Here's that fact that the people on the chat channel, IRC chat channel, asked me to locate. The web address that you guys wanted is http:// liftoff, that's LIFTOFF, dot, M as in Mary, S as in sugar, F as in Fox, C as in Charlie, dot, NASA, NASA, dot, GOV as in government, / STS dash 75, / media, / media underscore image, IMAGE, dot HTML. God, I need these addresses. I need them. So hopefully somebody will just send this to me. They have got to do something about these addresses. My webpage can be accessed by simply going www.artbell.com. Now, that's, I guess, because the server is centrally located in the internet or something, but my God, address. So hopefully that will be emailed to me. We will get it up on the bulletin board. And by the way, while I'm on the subject of computer stuff, our Vidian program is available now, I believe, only on our bulletin board. The updated version with the README file is on our bulletin board. If you want it, you're going to want to download a file called video.zip. Video.zip. And our bulletin board number, which is good 24 hours a day, is area code 702-727-1709. There is an updated version with the README file, and it's called video.zip. And you get it at area code 702-727-1709. It is a color with motion and sound video telephone. When you get it, put it in Windows. It's an IBM incompatible program, not for Mac yet. And put it in Windows and just simply click on the little telephone there, and you'll see the most amazing sight you've ever seen in your whole life. You'll see me sitting here doing my program, or you'll be able to call the Crane Company during the day and see them work. In motion, with sound. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. And good morning. Where are you calling from, please?
Edmond, Oklahoma.
Okay, we're holding this open now for international calls only, sir.
Oh!
I thank you for the call. Once again, let me say it again so that everybody knows. See, if the phone gets jammed up with everybody else like that calling from domestic sources, the people internationally don't have a chance. So if you are way out there, area code 702-727-1222. 702 in the USA, 702-727-1222. Mr. the Rockies, you're on air.
Yeah, let me turn my radio down, Art.
Please. It's important to do that right away, folks.
Hey, I'm a 40-year-old. I've never voted in my life. But I wanted everybody to know that there are a lot of me that are out there.
A lot of you, you're 40 years old and you've never voted.
Yeah, all except for union business.
Mm-hmm. Where are you, by the way?
I'm in Center, Colorado.
All right.
And
why have you never voted? I mean, to get to be 40 and never vote.
Well, I've always left that up to the people who thought they knew what they were doing. And apparently they,
Are you sure you do not underestimate yourself, sir?
Well, I am registered now.
Oh, you are? And you're going to vote?
Oh, yes. And I don't care if Pee Wee Herman is running for president, he will get my vote.
Excuse me?
Yeah. To get Clinton out of office.
Oh, I see.
I don't care who
is anybody but Clinton, even Pee Wee Herman, eh?
Exactly.
Well, at least you're motivated.
Well, yeah, it took him to do it.
I was afraid that you had moved from total non-caring to a total a vote without any reason at all. I appreciate the call. I'm glad you're motivated now to vote. That's good. Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my, oh, my. Let's try once more here on my so-called international line. You're on the air. Hello.
Hello. Is Honolulu far enough away for you for international?
Where?
Honolulu.
No.
Because there's articles about watching the night skies about 6 o'clock off Magic Island to see the satellites. And Dr. Beckett will be here tomorrow morning speaking from 9 a.m. to 12:30 a.m.
All right. Listen, I appreciate that, but we're holding this open for international calls, and I tried to get a hold of Dr. Beckett, but he was asleep in Honolulu, and I guess he's going to be back home in Alaska and speaking. Okay. Select the tenor. We'll take a second out and talk about select the tenor, all right? It is $54.95, and it's going up in price to $57.95. $54.95 right now. April 1st, it goes to $57.95. Trust me when I tell you, or Leonard, who's been calling over several days now talking about select the tenor, there is nothing else like this product in the world. It will double your daytime reception. It will cut out 90% of the fading at night. It really works. I mean, it's one of those things. All right. Now, my understanding of the way HAARP works is that there's a very, very large antenna farm. I've got photographs of it. That produces a very wide signal where it begins, but where it hits the ionosphere, or where they want it to hit the ionosphere, it's a very narrow, very powerful beam. In other words, it operates in the exact opposite way most antennas arrays would operate.
Yes, in fact, that's how Bernard Easton got the original patent, showing a huge difference in capability. And it's the way they fire the antenna array, the way they sequence that firing to cause it to focus the beam as opposed to letting it dissipate with distance.
Which means they could hit a very small spot. Like for example, a dangling 12.
Oh, yeah, it'd be easy to target this ELF antenna that's orbiting the Earth. Now, let me read you something interesting on page 7. You know, this is going to become the greatest hits of HAARP.
Right.
This is page 7. It starts out HAARP unique features current plan. Remember, this was 95. We should tell people that this document that we're reading from, Nick, if you turn to the front, the copy I have says Department of Defense Information Paper, Service/Agency, Department of the Air Force, Appropriation Account, RDT&E AF, which is Air Force, Budget Activity, number 3, Advanced Development, Subject, High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, that's what HAARP stands for. 1. Question/request. Staff assistant for the Senate Appropriations Committee, Subcommittee on Defense, requested a brief program overview and status update on the HAARP program. 2. Response. HAARP is a research program developing a facility to study fundamental physical principles of the Earth's upper atmosphere. Key potential technology applications are in the areas of detection of subterranean tunnels/structures and communication. I'll get back to that in a minute. Located at the former over-the-horizon backscatter site at Gakona, Alaska, the facility will consist of a high-frequency HS phased array transmitter This will be complemented by numerous scientific diagnostic instruments, both active and passive, to observe the artificial effects created by the interaction of the high-power HF beam on the ionosphere. At present, a developmental prototype has been constructed consisting of a 48 antenna array with a maximum re-radiated power of 360 kilowatts. Now, Art, as a parenthetical note, all the numbers in this document are hyperdimensional. 48, 360, etc., which raises an interesting question as to hidden agendas. Fabrication of this equipment was completed in November 1994, and testing is in progress. Remember, this was a report as of 29 November 95 on my document here.
All right, do the two of you agree on what HARP is?
Well, wait a minute. Let me get. I've got three more sentences here. And then
all right, go ahead.
Several pieces of scientific diagnostic equipment are already in place to monitor background characteristics of the aurora ionosphere over Gakona and to provide a baseline for the radio frequency spectral environment. A capability to interrogate the diagnostic instruments over the Internet is being implemented, which will enable principal investigators to monitor their experiments directly from their laboratories. In other words, gentlemen, they don't even have to be at the site anymore. They can be anywhere in the world and run this thing by computer like we're talking tonight.
Right, that's been in the, actually was in the specifications for the construction of the facility right from the very beginning.
But as I understand it, the EPA and the FDC and the watchdogs supposedly looking at this in terms of local interference and all that have been assuring the local residents in Alaska that there are personnel on site and nothing is being done without human supervision, et cetera, et cetera.
Right, they have a watchman on site who's totally ignorant of the scientific application. And that's the extent of it. Now, they have put people on site from the University of Alaska, to watch computer screens and so forth. But, whether they're running the experiments or gatekeepers.
This document, the document I was reading from is a memorandum. There was a request from the Senate, Defense Subcommittee, by someone on staff or some senator for information. City of Maryland. The committee was composed of the following members, and then it lists the committee chairman and the membership, and what I find stunningly interesting, along with Paul Bernhardt and Dennis Papadopoulos and Herbert Carlton and William Gordon, is the name Roland D. Sigdeov. Art, do you recognize Roland Sigdeov?
I do not, no.
Roland Sigdeov was the chief science advisor to Mikhail Gorbachev and head of the Soviet Union's space program.
Oh, great.
He is a plasma physicist. He is over here now as a distinguished professor of physics at the University of Maryland. He is a current member of the Russian Academy of Sciences. He is a member of the Foreign Secretary of the National Academy of Sciences, and his former boss just entered the presidential sweepstakes race to become president of Russia and was on Larry King last night.
Yeah, at 0.5% approval. Listen, I want to again ask, do you two agree on what HARP is?
It's nothing. All right, let me tell you what it's not. It's not what they've been telling us it is. In fact, I think it has little connection to anything that's in the open literature.
Meaning not to heat the ionosphere, not to look for underground caverns?
Well, not as pure science. I think we are light years beyond, probing. I think, beginning in the 1960s, we put up alouettes. We put up a ton of satellites, orbiting geophysical observatories. We've had radars, tropospheric radars. We've had Uline, Bermuda systems. I mean, if the Air Force really thinks it has to characterize the ionosphere in the 90s, where we've been beaming high-frequency radio energy into the ionosphere since the 40s?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The point is, we're down to the level of technical application, and the question is, what is it really being used for? And that's why the numbers are important. The acronym is important. And its sighting is important, relevant to the hyperdimensional grid on this planet.
All right, Dr. Begich, what would you say HARP is? I mean, do you seem to be in agreement? Yeah, I think so. I mean, I agree. It's not just an ionosphere experiment to learn about what the ionosphere is. I think I agree that we already know that. What I believe, and I have believed, is that the prototype for a weapon. And, the applications potential, beyond what we've defined in our work, I would not disagree with what Richard is saying. I have less knowledge of what he's saying, so it's something that I need to come up to speed on over time. But, I've never believed it to be a purely scientific research project. I mean, it just smells to high heaven. When you research the data, when you look at the material, it's just not there. I mean, in looking at the operators of this system and how they've developed the technology, it's too big to hide. So you develop the mask behind which you hide, and that's exactly what they've done by characterizing it as a purely scientific research project. The reason it's getting a lot of money right now is Senator Stevens from Alaska. Mm-hmm. This is the pot from which the money flows, and he's hyping it here during his election year as this great godsend. And one of the pork barrel. Yeah, it's a wonderful backyard Alaskan pork barrel. And the thing that's happened here that's interesting, and one of the sort of the side notes, is if they are in fact testing this earth-penetrating tomography application, which was set as a priority for the Senate. Nick, you better describe what earth-penetrating tomography is. This is the idea of looking into the Earth several miles deep of the Earth, and to look at the interior. And the way they've characterized it is for locating underground nuclear facilities and tunnels and so forth. But one of the thing that's interesting here is the local newspaper, which has the largest circulation in Alaska. The only thing they've printed on her is this particular application early on as being extremely good for the state because it would also have the potential of locating underground oil deposits, natural gas deposits, because the strata that they're formed within is so much different. It's porous material, much different than the surrounding rock. What's interesting is the location of HAARP is within 20, 30 miles of the Alaska pipeline, which is only running at about 65% capacity right now in terms of oil. The state is in a financial crunch because of oil revenue decline. If they were able to say to the state legislature, there's a strong indication that there may be oil reserves because it is situated within a potential oil basin that's been defined by USGS for years and years, in fact, a couple of decades. If they actually found something there at this particular juncture, as the controversy over this technology is rising, they would in fact be able to co-opt, I think, our legislature into supporting the project as opposed to standing against it because of the potential revenue stream developed by immediate reserves located close to a pipeline that's not at capacity. It's on the road system. The logistics are extremely good for developing the fields they could discover one, plus the ability to generate a much higher rate of revenue return on a known deposit that you could define the perimeters of in terms of leasing. And within this, you have native holdings, land holdings. My father was responsible for the Native Land Settlement Act, which gave Native Alaskans 44 million acres.
Gentlemen, hold it right there for a moment. We're at a break point. We'll be right back. I believe you'll be able to chat, the two of you, during the news, and we will be back. This is CBC.
Art Bell is taking calls on the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. That's 702-727-1295. First-time callers can reach Art Bell at 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Now, here again, Art Bell.
Once again, here I am. My guests are Richard Hoagland, a NASA consultant, science advisor to Walter Cronkite, and Engstrom Science Award winner in New York, and Dr. Nick Beggett, author of Angels Don't Play This Harp in Alaska, where HAARP is. Back to them in a moment. You hear the music you're hearing right now on my show about every night. It is awesome. It is good. They won't. All right. Back now to my two guests. Here's a quick article
This will set it up very well for you. This is from the Anchorage Daily News, March 7th. Glen Allen. Local residents worried about a government auroral research project in Alaska gathered at the Caribou Cafe a few days ago to watch a video about the program and share their concerns. They viewed a video that included a piece on the High-Frequency Active Oral Research Program, or HARP, and a copy of the segment on the project from the Sightings television program. The video suggests that HARP is actually a secret military project. Rather than the military-sponsored scientific research project, HARP spokesman John Heckler says it is. Some local residents are worried the project has potentially negative side effects, which might include the potential to change the weather, the ability to scramble brain waves, the ability to zap the sky, and fears it could open a hole in the ionosphere and trigger a chain reaction that is much worse than the ozone hole. Others fear the project could disrupt communications, stun people with electrical charges, change migratory patterns in salmon, and affect the DNA in embryos. The main concern presented in video is that HARP could lead to a CIA-sponsored futuristic weapon. That's the Anchorage Daily News, March 7th. Gentlemen, you're back on the air.
Well, that article was actually interesting, and in fact, we'll be up in Glen Allen, speaking probably to that same gathered group here this next weekend. It's gotten a lot of play. We've brought the issue forward here. We've done a number of lectures here in Alaska, and we've been on lots of radio all over the country. And what we find is each time that we go on the air, we get inundated with another landslide of documents, information, some not connected, some connected. But this most recent event with the space shuttle that you folks have been on the air with the last week or so has certainly raised again serious questions from our perspective. This is supposedly a research project. Every time that we've looked at it, we just can't see pure research in it. All we can see is military application. And I think what Richard has been saying is probably very, very accurate, and what we're seeing is more and more confirmation of the accuracy of it. And, here we are again talking about something supposed to be open science, but we have to peel the onion another layer to find out the next bits and piece of information. What's interesting here now is our legislature's in session, and with these meetings occurring and the particular probing that we were talking about earlier, what may happen at this point is a co-option of our legislature by showing this wonderful geophysical probing applications. They're characterizing it with some demonstrated find. And that, right now, we have legislator Gene Cabina who is calling for State Affairs Committee of our state legislature to open hearings on the topic, and hopefully, people will bang on our legislature early enough in the game to get those hearings and get.
Well, that would certainly keep the money flowing, because a lot of people don't know this, but Alaskans realize a yearly dividend from oil, don't they?
That's right, and it amounts to approximately $1,000 per person. So like a family of four seats.
But Nick, at this point, I do want to beg to differ with you. I don't think that the purpose of this is anything as trivial as looking for oil or making money for Alaska. I think that's the kind of local, gravy train that has gotten people like Stevens and others to support this.
Right, that's what I'm suggesting.
Kind of lure.
That's the math.
But I think its stakes are much bigger, and I do not think, in fact, they're military. I think, with all due respect, a well overused phrase these days, that's another red herring, and I don't mean that you're proposing it. I think you sincerely believe, but in terms of the parameter in which you've been looking, that's a logical potential explanation for the inexplicable. What Art knows full well is that our team has been looking at things that are so stunning and extraordinary that the inexplicable becomes almost the norm. So let me raise some additional ideas for what HARP really may be up to. And I must say, gentlemen, that I really wasn't all that concerned with this thing until the shuttle incident made me kind of look at it, and I began putting the numbers together. And as you know, Art, that's what we do over here.
All right, but Richard, I think you really do both agree. What Nick was saying was that's the local political slant to keep the dollars flowing.
Sure.
Flowing into HARP, and that
totally
makes all
agree with
kinds of
that.
sense. Yeah.
I totally agree with that, but that's a foreign hole. plot is not to make money, it's not to find gold, it's not to feed Indians, it's not a CIA plot to control people's brains or to do any of these things. I believe it is part of the global planetary quickening that you and I have discussed. Now, let me raise a theory here, a hypothesis, and then you guys can take shots at it if you will, all right? A person who should be participating in this discussion tonight, who is not here yet but will be, I believe, is Graham Hancock. Graham Hancock. Nick, are you familiar with Graham's work? I don't believe so. All right. Graham is a former reporter for the London Economist and the London Times. He is a hell of a writer and a hell of a nice guy and extremely interested in the truth as I am. And we have met. He spent the last weekend here when the NBC show on the mysterious origins of man was airing. NBC brought him over to do some promo. So we had an occasion to spend the entire weekend together going over a lot of data, both in terms of our work on the moon and Mars and in terms of his interest in former ancient civilizations which time and events have erased from current human memory. And one of the things that is really converging here is that it's becoming more and more probable that we are not the first. That Art and Nick, we are heir to a legacy of preceding previous cycles of high technological civilization on this planet that for whatever reason have disappeared, leaving only traces, both physical traces and legendary, historical, textual, or artifact traces. All right? In that model, if there is a precipitant catastrophe which overwhelms the human species on a periodic or quasi-periodic basis, in terms of Graham's research and my own, independent, and many, many, many others, all right, it looks as if maybe there is an effort to save some people when these times approach where whatever happens is going to happen.
More earthquakes, more volcanoes.
Yeah.
Leading towards some great catastrophic occurrence. Yeah.
So one of the models has been that when the previous civilizations realized their number was up, a group, an elite, tried to preserve themselves through availing themselves of various options, up to and including digging big holes in the ground and hiding and hoping it would go away, or hoping they could come out after it had gone away. Now, what's interesting is that in the American Southwest, not far from you, in fact, surrounding you, right?
Yes.
There are several Native American tribes who have some remarkable legends. I've personally gone and researched them on Second Mesa. It turns out that Graham and I were there within a week of each other and didn't even know each other at that point. So our work was converging to try to get an historical perspective from the elders of these tribes as to their own history, their oral traditions, in terms of prophecies for the future, the so-called Hopi prophecies being the best known of these ideas that time is cyclic, civilizations are cyclic, and there have been preceding worlds or suns or epochs of which this one is going to come to an end like the other ones did. And there are various discussions as to how much time remains before events again transpire which wiped out preceding civilization. Now, if this is more than myth, and there is increasing substantive, documentable, reproducible scientific evidence.
There is, yes.
And you have spent many programs, and I'm sure you're going to spend a lot more.
I saw the program, The Mysterious Origins of Man, so yes.
All right. Well, I have been quietly, through my sources, digging into the evidentiary record, and I got to say that I think that Graham is 100% right, and we're going to have some very interesting news to report soon on that front. Now, why is Hoagland and company, the Mars mission, interested in ancient technical civilizations on Earth? Well, the obvious answer, guys, is that if we're not the first, then maybe the stuff we're seeing out in the solar system is not ET stuff, but our stuff. And we have just forgotten that we used to do those great and wondrous things because several intervening cycles of destruction and memory loss have intervened so that we're now down to the titration of the titration of the titration, and almost nobody remembers except in myth and legend and Native American tradition.
Well, somebody dug great holes, then there might be interest in finding those great holes.
Oh, Art, you go to the head of the class. And who would have the resources and the ability to lie on a global scale and carry out such a program? Yeah. The military. Yeah. I think HARP is looking for the hole. Now, why would they be interested in the hole? Well, two reasons. One is to hide in them, all right? And the other, which I think is more likely, suppose we're not the first. Suppose someone has put caches of, electronics and libraries and storehouses of information and other material buried deep, deep, deep with a technology that we can't even hope to match. Sir, wouldn't our guys like to find that stuff? Wouldn't it be like Christmas? All that neat stuff they could turn into new weapons, and that's where the military comes back into its own.
For a lot of people, this is going to sound really wild, but you had to see the program.
It's not as wild as the Soviet Union collapsing, and the last president of the Soviet Union resigning in disgrace to suddenly be reborn as a new candidate in the run for the presidency of Russia, and his principal science advisor sitting on a committee at the University of Maryland writing a document for the U.S. Senate on HARP.
All right, look, Richard, let me stop you. I want to ask a quick question. I may be out in left field. This comes in from Texas. But if this tether allowed a charge to reach the shuttle, could this cause a major problem when they hit atmosphere or touch down? In other words, what happens to the charge when they begin to re-enter?
Oh, it's leaked off into the ionosphere.
So there will be no additional danger to the shuttle?
No. It was a discharge. It was gone. The electrons flowed back into the ionosphere, and everything equated out to zero potential. But it was that instant of discharge which caused the electrical problems with the computers because of this phenomenon called EMP, electromagnetic pulse. And I am seriously concerned tonight about these guys' safety because, as you all know, computers are very fragile. It doesn't take much to make them stop working. I've been fighting with mine all day. And the idea that those guys are dependent totally on computers, even if they're backups. Remember, all these backups were exposed to the same savage blast of radiation.
That's true.
When that thing cut loose. Now, the shuttle electronics are hardened militarily. Remember, the shuttle was designed by the Defense Department. It was not NASA. It was the DOD, which basically wrote the spec for the space shuttle. Because it was at the height of the Cold War. It was when Reagan was calling the Soviet Union the evil empire, and they wanted enormous footprints for, left and right so they could land almost anywhere. They wanted, it to be able to survive nuclear weapons banged off near. I mean, they put all kinds of overspecs in it. So I think that's why maybe only one computer and a program has suffered some damage, and not all of them. But because there's a screen of deception between us and the truth in a supposedly open space agency, we're not going to know until these guys touch down this morning whether, in fact, this is much more serious than they've been letting on.
Well, I've listened to both of you very carefully on separate occasions, and both of you seem to feel there is this compartmentalization going on within NASA, within HARP, that may have some sort of commonality about it. Dr. Begich, do you think that might be so?
Absolutely. I mean, that's the whole nature of weapons development. I mean, they compartmentalize to the point where you have active researchers developing small components that standing alone, they do stand alone. They look fine, they appear fine, but when you start to draw the linkages, bringing them together at some high level within the Pentagon, and you start to take a different form and a different shape. And I think that's what we have, certainly in the HARP program. And, without taking away from anything that Richard said, I think that what he's demonstrating is, again, another level, another layering of potential applications for the technology that go way, way beyond what the military characterized it as. And again, to, the expressed concern, here we have an effect on this dangling tether that nobody anticipated that demonstrates once again our limited knowledge in playing God with the ionosphere. And again, we're looking at those non-linear effects, those effects that don't make sense logically, and yet they occur, that could precipitate huge problems on the planet, which we've spoken about on your program before.
All right, here's what Dr. Begich says, Richard, that a very small focus of intense energy at one point in the atmosphere, or in the ionosphere rather, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Baggins, that you believe could produce a kind of a cascading effect throughout the ionosphere. Correct.
Well, it isn't throughout the ionosphere. The idea there is that if you focus these beams, and these beams are spherical, they have 30-degree plus or minus coverage from Alaska. As the diagram in the Senate document demonstrates, the global reach of the facility is much bigger than one might imagine under even conventional, reasoning and extrapolation. What happens is, if you focus these beams along magnetic field lines, and you create an intense, what's called precipitation of particles. What happens is the charged particles that are spiraling around the magnetic field lines that from the Van Allen radiation belts are basically diverted and can be dumped into the atmosphere, creating, in effect, artificial aurora. And what's intriguing about this is that for some years we have been considering, in the literature, the UFO crowd particularly, that if somebody wanted to stage an event, a really spectacular event, they need high technology to do it. And this makes a dandy way to stage an event. Remember Irwin Allen's movie, the one with the Richard Basehart and the Sequest and all that?
Oh, yes.
The day the radiation belt caught fire or something like that, you could with HAARP precipitate the most spectacular particle dumping and artificial aurora across the entire northern tier and southern tier of the auroral zone, including most of the United States, all of Europe, the Soviet Union. You could create the most spectacular fireworks by simply triggering with your own input of energy much larger, massive natural forces.
So you're both really saying the same thing. Do you agree?
But the question would be why? Why would you want to do this?
Well, okay, let's find out if you agree, Doctor.
I don't disagree with that. In fact, we were talking about ancient prophecy, so to speak, earlier. There's a Alaska Native prophecy that says that at the end of the age, that through man's manipulation, the sky will turn red like fire. And it's interesting correlation to what Richard just described.
Now we go back to the number of antennas and the number of transmitters. I mean, this almost sounds like numerology art. But we have some evidence of some levels of this government playing with this physics almost like a ritual magic, a talisman, all right? This physics almost like a ritual magic, a talisman, all right? Where if you do certain things by the numbers while you're supposed to happen, it's very interesting that you bring up these native traditions, because it looks like somebody is almost trying to follow a script.
All right, you two, on that note, the script note, hold on, we'll be right back. We'll do another half hour. You're listening to Dr. Nick Baggins in Alaska, Richard Hoagland in New York. I'm Art Bell in the high desert. Stay right where you are. 1595. All you've got to lose is your tax debt. That's 1-800-34-NO-TAX. 1-800-34-NO-TAX. All right, this may seem off topic, but in a way it's not. And I want to ask both of you this question. Here's a fact from Hawaii, Jerry in Hawaii. What if the government discovered a simple 15-minute medical procedure that would increase lifespan on Earth to 150 years? And you'd be in good physical condition till about the age of 145 to 50, and then the body would stop in a period of 1 month without pain and suffering to the person. Which of the choices do you think would happen? A, the government would announce the new medical procedure, and we all live to 150 years. B, the government keeps it quiet and only uses the medical procedure on certain chosen people. Or C, there is a fire, and the discoverer and all his notes are destroyed. The discovery is lost. What do you gentlemen think would occur?
Nick, you want to go first?
Yeah, I think probably C. I think that's probably the nature.
C too.
You both, boy.
You know why?
Well, why?
They dare not let it out. So it has to be C.
has to be seen. Nick?
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's the kind of thing that, you know, you have people living 150 years, and when you look at it, it's the kind of thing you'd be able to hide under national security because of the economic ramifications. I mean, how can a government with Social Security starting at 65 survive? How can you have a base of resources to provide for, you know, what would potentially be large numbers of people that just expand rapidly and continue to stay alive? I mean, the whole system is built around 150-year life cycle.
Well, but it's even worse than that. 150-year-old people, remember, the older you get, the smarter you get. Just as you begin to figure out this whole system, you wind up keeling over. If the median age of adult, wise people, voters, progressed up 20, 30, 40 years, then all the games that go on, all the money that's hidden, all the larceny, all the lies, all the stealing, you know, we're in the primary season, folks, you can tell, all that would have to change.
Yeah, they can't live.
There's no way that they would allow it out there. No way.
They can't. And if you're talking about good health, which is what was described, you're talking about people that are actively engaged in the world they live in, and so you're not going to see that potential.
Well, the reason I ask you both this question is because the way it relates to either one of the conclusions that you two have come to, you both believe, obviously, that HAARP is not what they say it is. You may believe it is something different, each of you believing it's something different, but you both agree, don't you, that it's not what they're telling us?
That's right.
I think it is so much bigger, and it is so connected to the other parts of the research that we've been doing and discussing on your program.
Well, you're just a little farther out on the tether, Richard.
Thanks. You had to get that in, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well, let me give you another data point. Remember, this project tries to go by science, no matter what our critics say, all right? And the way you gauge whether you're dealing with a science is if there are specific, testable predictions.
Yes.
So this is where I need your audience, Art. They've been stunningly, sterling this past week. I've had a ton of very neat, sophisticated, and extraordinarily helpful facts that come in, particularly from the folks in Alaska. And if they're listening, I really want to thank them for their cooperation and providing me all this neat stuff, and just keep those cards and letters coming in. Our fax number, if you want to send us information on a range of topics, and I'll list what we need, is 201-271-1703. And we'll repeat that several times, I'm sure.
Yeah, and you know what, Richard? I want to ask for a volunteer right now. You've got a lot of materials. We need to get it up on the internet. But we can't do that unless we can get the materials transferred from their fax form into appropriate HTML code to put them up on the internet. So we need a volunteer who could do that. And if there's anybody who would like to volunteer, please fax Richard at 201-271-1703, and then Richard will see to it that you get those materials, won't he, Richard?
Yes, we will.
All right.
Well, I have been avoiding the web until we were ready for putting our own research on. And even as I speak tonight, we're moving much faster than we were before. Before our event in Washington, I would like to have our website up and active. And
that's way for you to do it. Right? Look, Richard. My website's taken 10,000 hits a day. The best place you can be right now.
I understand. We're in total agreement. But what we found, though, is that someone has not written codes to translate from a fax or even a document file into the language that the web uses.
Okay, well, we need a good typist. That's all
Someone has to physically type all this stuff.
I understand. All right, so we're looking for a volunteer, whoever it is, 201-271-1703. Fax Richard, he'll get you the stuff. Now, let's.
So let me continue on the kind of listing here. By getting into this through the tether business and understanding that HAARP is probably because we both would imagine even a few years ago. Sure. For one thing, let me put the stake in the heart of the military thing. If this is a military weapon, if the security agencies and the CIA and the DoD and all that are using this as some kind of cover for a military weapon, for God's sake, why have we included Russians in on it? Go back to your document and read the list of Russians participating in the steering committee.
Absolutely.
This is a shared project between us and the other superpower on the planet for stakes that are bigger than the Cold War, which never really was real in the first place, all right? So what big stakes are there? There are only two. One is alien contact and the other is survival. And I think that it is looking for the evidence, the hard evidence that in fact we are not the first. And the way you hide information these days is you do it under multiple levels of military security. You talk about national security and everybody's eyes glaze over and senators don't ask questions and you can do anything you damn well please. Yeah. Now there's another data point, because remember, in Graham's scenario, and in Rand Flemat's, the Canadian researchers who've been looking into this and from which Graham, borrowed much material, and even Charles Hapgood, who was probably one of the first. By the way, did you know that Charles Hapgood was CIA? Art? No. He was OSS.
Really?
He got his insight into the world tipping over from German files in Germany. And the Germans were scurrying around the planet looking for stuff. All right? A very good friend of mine has been talking with German officers from World War II about what the Germans were really up to, particularly at the end of the world, at the South Pole. They sent a whole bunch of expeditions down to the South Pole right after the war ended.
Yeah, they did.
Now, Graham and I believe, along with some other people like the Flemats, that the most probable place for the surviving remnants of the last epoch, the last high civilization on this planet, that was integrated. Well, there are two investigations crossed here. Is that between Graham and me looking at ancient civilizations and remnants, either on planet or off planet, and you wondering why HARP is sited where it is and why it appears to be much more powerful than it needs to be and why there are layers of deception and confusion and cover. What I have found is in looking for these underground cavities, lead bases, tunnels, stores of something, the siting of HARP is very specifically situated to probe the Giza Plateau. And if you begin now to look at the orbit of the untethered satellite, in the next week, a week and a half, it will drift repeatedly over the plateau. And with a combination of radio waves it will radiate in sympathetic resonance down from the sky, coupled with the ground wave that will be generated from the HARP transmitters located in Alaska on the opposite side of the world, Art. It's within 4 degrees of being exactly 180 from Giza. And Giza's at 30 north. HARP is at 60 north when you do the conversion between geographic and geodetic coordinates. These are all hyperdimensional numbers if you're using a physics that most people don't even know exists to look for important things underground. Now, here's another data point you need to consider. Remember the French series of nuclear tests the last few weeks that no one could figure out why the French were testing nuclear triggers when all the enemies have gone away?
Of course.
Who are they going to bomb, use them against? The Albanians, the invading Turkish residents, whatever? No, in fact, if you look at the atoll in the South Pacific where the French were detonating the nuclear weapons, it is precisely 180 degrees on the opposite side of the world from the Giza Plateau. If the Giza Plateau in the Robert Bauval and Graham Hancock scenario represents the marker of the last high epoch of civilization, circa 12,000 years ago, then it stands to reason that somewhere under that plateau there's an awful lot of neat stuff. And the current folks that are sitting on that neat stuff are the Egyptians. Well, maybe our guys want access to what their guys already suspect or have brought up and suspect that it's much deeper than the Egyptians with their own technology could get to.
You bet.
So you have a concerted effort to probe with the most sophisticated technology multinationally. And then I have to bring in the work of Bruce Caffey.
And that's where HARP comes into the picture.
HARP comes in and the French nuclear test, because the way you tweak the spider web of hyperdimensional physics is you pluck the web with nuclear weapons placed at certain strategic latitudes and longitudes. And Bruce Caffey was the first to recognize this, although he thought you could only detonate a nuclear weapon at those latitudes and longitudes. In fact, I think they were using the weapons over the last 30 years to probe this hyperdimensional grid. And again, we're not talking about most of the military-industrial complex. We're talking about a tiny group within that use the resources of nations and corporations and institutions to fulfill their own ends while ostensibly in service to other objectives.
All right. Richard, hold it there. Dr. Biggett, I want to give you an opportunity to give out the number up in Alaska where people can get your materials or contact you.
Okay, we have 2 things now. We have our first copy of our newsletter, 8-page summary of different sciences, new sciences, and it's $19.95 a year. And we also have our book, Angels Don't Play This Harp, Advances in Tesla Technology, which is $14.95 and $1.50 postage, and that can be obtained by calling 907-249-9111.
We've got to be careful with that number. It's very close to an emergency number up there. 907-249-9111. And Richard Hoagland's fax number is 201-271-1703. And we're looking for a volunteer. We're looking for information, of course, but we're also looking for a volunteer to put together the materials Richard has to be uploaded to the World Wide Web. And do you have a link to our webpage, Doctor?
Not yet, but we would sure like to do that. I've got a website that's got quite a bit of things on it beyond HARP, and I can give that. It's www.throne.com. And you can find that through any of those search engines. And it's got HARP materials, other materials, and it's continually being added to as well.
What would both of you say? The American, the average guy sitting out there is going, man, I get about half of this,
Yeah, but there's one heck of a half.
Look, I know. My question to you both is, what should the American people do? I mean, if this is not what it's supposed to be, and it's something either dark, sinister, a weapon, or somebody trying to mess about and save the world, or ruin the world, or whatever it is, if it's not what it appears to be, and you both agree on that, what should the American people do?
It's so simple. It goes back to the Constitution. Remember, this nation was founded on the rather radical idea that ordinary people are smart enough and bright enough to have control of their own destiny.
Right.
With a handful of people hiding in a room somewhere, either wanting knowledge for their own use, their own survival, their own power, their own monetary gain, is not the way a society should be run. But we tried that for thousands of years, and it did not work. The way this society got rich and made people realize their dreams beyond their wildest expectations is by vesting power in ordinary folks who turn out to be extraordinary when you give them the opportunity. That opportunity has been taken away and taken away and taken away piece by piece by piece by piece under the guise of this thing called national security. And it's incredibly ironic to me that when all the enemies are gone, when the Cold War is over, when the evil piece by piece by piece by piece under the guise of this thing called national security. And it's incredibly ironic to me that when all the enemies are gone, when the Cold War is over, when the evil empire has been defeated, that some of the most clandestine and monstrous and strange experiments harnessing the most gargantuan of energies with folks playing God,
Richard, let me cut to the quick here. Who's
happening under our noses?
Yeah, who should we be? That's the question.
We have an election coming up. I wish Pat Buchanan would be addressing the real issues of this, or one of the other candidates who claims to be a populist. This is where the populism thing should really start.
Yeah.
All those billions and billions and billions, $50 billion a year that's being picked from your pocket and mine, and no one has any accountability.
All right, Dr. Biggett.
I think that it is, I don't disagree. We believe the same basic principles of individuals are where the power rests and should rest. And what we see in this project and the whole chain of events that we lay out, in our work is that the military, the government has run away with the farm and have left us with a fragment, a trauma, a sense of control that most people have disintegrated into apathy, feeling like you're overwhelmed.
Okay.
And on this project, we've seen the activation of a lot of people coming together from very, very different backgrounds, which is a good sign. People are getting involved. We've asked people to contact their congressional delegations and ask for public hearings on this issue as well as the whole issue of non-lethal weapons. We've asked for people to contact our governor here in Alaska in Juneau, Tony Knowles, ask for open hearings on a state basis because we have a 10th Amendment that transfers and gives states certain rights. We think that monitoring this project independent of the federal government is an important part of taking a little bit more control of our own destiny here. But it is election year. It is time to engage, make this an election issue in every part of the country. National security is the wall behind which too much is hidden, and the American people are becoming the victims. And maybe that evil empire is extended to our own government in many respects.
Well, you do. The two of you do have a big area of agreement, and we're out of time. I want to thank you both. I'm going to give both your numbers out on the air again after the top of the hour. I know it's late in New York. Richard, go to sleep. We'll talk to you on the 15th. And Dr. Begich, I want to thank you for on short notice coming on the air with us.
Always glad to be with you.
Okay. Good night, Dr. Begich. Good night, Richard.
Good night, Art.
Good night. There you go, folks. Richard Hoagland in New York. Dr. Nick Begich in Alaska. It was about HAARP, what HAARP is, maybe more about what HAARP isn't. We'll stay on top of this for you. The shuttle's coming down, we understand, in the morning. We're not sure just where yet, but we'll get that to you, I'm sure, before the show ends this morning.